Good afternoon, everyone. We have a full agenda, and I thought we might go ahead and get started with our meeting. I want to say welcome to everyone who's both attending as well as those that are joining us virtually to the Charlotte City Council November 22nd Council meeting. I'm going to call this meeting to order and say welcome to everyone that's coming in. As we do this, tonight's meeting is being held in accordance with the application of laws governing remote meetings, and we've got a council member joining us remotely, and then I also understand that Ms. Johnson's running a little bit late, but she will join us momentarily. The requirements of notice and access and meetings are being met as required by law. I would like to go ahead and have the council members that are in the meeting room right now to introduce themselves, and as well as the staff being followed. So I'll start with our Deputy City Clerk, and we'll go around the room.
Billy Tons, Interim Deputy City Clerk.
Braxton Winston at large.
Happy Monday, Dimple Ajmer at large.
Greg Phipps at large.
Good evening, everyone. Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
I am Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Mr. Bakari?
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
All right, thank you, everyone. We begin our meeting with an invocation, which is followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is by a council member and is intended to solemnize our proceedings. And while we celebrate the religious diversity in our community, including those without religious faith, we want to acknowledge that we do have this invocation, and tonight Mayor Pro Tem Eisel will give our invocation, and following the invocation, we will stand for our Pledge of Allegiance to our flag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In this week of Thanksgiving, first I want to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving, and may you be with your friends or family or those that mean a lot to you this week. And I'm going to read a short phrase by Maya Angelou. Let gratitude be the pillow upon which you kneel to say your nightly prayer, and let faith be the bridge you build to overcome evil and welcome good. May we all find the opportunity to express more gratitude and less complaining once in a while, because it always makes a difference when you can find it in yourself to thank people for what they do and who they are. And I hope that we can find that in us this Thanksgiving season. Thank you.
Thank you. And now if we would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. The first item that we have for our workshop is to address the council members' consent questions and items. And I believe Ms. Harris has got a list that's at our places of those questions. I'd like to say that the questions that Ms. Ajmira's asked about that are on a business agenda. For item number 12, the Atrium Health Innovation Infrastructure Reimbursement Agreements, we will address those questions during the discussion of that item. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. And Mr. Phipps, I don't know if you got a chance to look over the responses to your questions are included, and if you had any additional questions or anybody else had any consent item questions. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions to be addressed? If not, I'm going to go to ask on the consent items, are there any items that the council would like to pull for comment on the consent agenda? Is there any item for a separate vote on the consent agenda? And if we have any speakers that are signed up as we go to our council meeting, we will pull those items for them to speak, but I believe that they have to be signed up by the beginning of the meeting, Madam Clerk. The staff would like to remove number 43, that will come back to us in a later item. So with that, before we will go to the agenda for the action review, and so I will turn it over to the city manager for the agenda overview.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We have 3 items on the agenda for tonight. One is a report out on the Mayor's Racial Equity Initiative. Secondly, we have a COVID-19 update. There are a couple of things we'd like to share with the council. And then lastly, Dana Fenton, if we have time here, or either before we bring up the state and federal legislative agenda, we'll give you a quick update on the state Powell bill allocation. And that's what I have, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Jones, do we start with the Equity Initiative report?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay. And Donata, are you driving? Awesome, thank you. So, thank you, Mayor, members of council. Today, we'll tag team. I have a short presentation to provide you with an update on the Mayor's Racial Equity Initiative report. And this was on, I believe, the last 30-day memo. I'll start off, but we also have Janet Labar from the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. They will talk a little bit at the end about the private sector and the governance of that as it relates to this initiative. So with that said, I'll just go to the next slide. Thanks. So again, one of the things we'd like to do is start off with the purpose of the presentation. Janet is really going to focus on the background of the creation of this initiative, as well as provide some details as it relates to the private sector and philanthropic investments. However, I'd like to start off by talking about the public sector, specifically the city's programs and initiatives as it relates to that November announcement. Okay. So a little bit of the details on the city funds. I think you've seen this slide before, and we may actually come back to it. And Janata, I may ask you to move Matt just a little bit. I want to focus on the top two rows, which deals with two of the four work streams, the corridors of opportunity and the digital inclusion work stream. And I'm going to focus specifically on that black box, which is the city or the public sector involvement, but specifically the city of Charlotte, $62 million as it relates to the corridors of opportunity, and $10 million as it relates to digital inclusion. And then later on, Janet will talk a bit more about the JCSU and the employer commitment piece. Next slide, please. And so I think the most important thing, bottom line up front, as we deal with that box of the city funds, there are a couple of principles that are extremely important, is that this council is the oversight board, if you will, of all of the city funds that are related to the corridors of opportunity and whatever occurs in terms of digital inclusion. And it's also important, I put this out front, that no city funds for the digital inclusion will be spent until city council approves of a plan. If we go to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about the corridors. And I think this is important because prior to, I guess, January of 2020, the city really didn't talk about these corridors. It was actually, I'll never forget, it was Councilmember Graham, when he was sworn in, talking about shiny toys and things that happened uptown, but not necessarily what's happening in our corridors across the city. And a month later, if you will recall, Taiwan Tracy started to talk about a different approach to advancing these corridors, but also some of our larger areas of business where jobs were being created and areas were flourishing. So for FY 2021, we really had two pots of money, if you will. It was $10 million that we used from a series of carrying over, closing out projects, carrying over funds from the previous year, because there was nothing that really, this didn't exist prior to the FY21 budget. And we also had $14.5 million set aside in the CIP. And this color coordination here is basically starting off with the two corridors that were a little bit further ahead than any other corridors. Beatties Ford Road was further ahead because there had been a series of discussions around a playbook, if you will, urban Maine. And West Boulevard, which actually had a West Boulevard playbook, and we've taken from that, I apologize to you, Ms. Watlington, but we've taken that playbook concept and said that each corridor has its own needs, and so there's community engagement that comes in, and these other four corridors are working on their playbook. So let's fast forward to the current fiscal year. So Beatties Ford Road and West Boulevard, where the bulk of that first allotment of funds, that $24.5 million was in, now we move over to I-85 in Sugar Creek and Central Avenue in Albemarle, where their playbooks are being developed as we speak. And I think, Ms. Johnson, you have been involved in much of what's been going on with I-85 and Sugar Creek. And as you look back and see what comes out of these, they'll be very different than Beatties Ford Road and West Boulevard. And then lastly, and Mr. Phipps, I guess you asked this question the last time we were together, and you said we're not really going fast enough with these corridors. But to some extent, it was because if you go back to FY21, no money existed. We had to carve out some capacity in the CIP, and we had to take some funds that we rolled over from the previous year. So when we fast forward to FY 2023, there's a planned $10 million, I'm saying just planned, $10 million for the 2022 bond, and that's related to the corridors, more so infrastructure, not what you see in the cash, if you will, the PAYGO, like economic development and housing opportunities, safety opportunities, even transit opportunities. And if I added one more, but this is only coming from the budget presentation, if I added one more column, I would add FY25, because in FY25, there are $10 million planned in CIP for the corridors. But this is the universe of the corridors, or was the universe of the corridors, if we go back to May of this year. If we go to the next slide, Donata. I think you've seen this before, but I wanted to put the context with that. Donata, can we go back one? Just to the previous slide. And the context is, as you see, no additional funding right now for the upcoming fiscal years relates to the corridors outside of the CIP, and nothing beyond that, with 2 of the 6 corridors not even beginning their playbooks, if you will, up to this point. So next slide. If we go to the next slide, this was the breakdown which you've seen before. Again, starting in FY 2021, we had that $14.5 million, a combination of, $14.5 million in the bond, FY21, $10 million in PAYGO. And then we talked a bit about what else are we doing in the corridors, and we have that $250,000, which we split with the county, which deals with the violence interruption program. Again, starting off on Beatties Ford Road, Cure Violence, as well as $1 million in the Safe Charlotte grants. First time that we did this, focusing on the corridors, and we had 17 different entities that actually applied for those grants and have begun implementation. In terms of the CARES Act funds and the corridors, we also had $1.5 million for internet access and devices and a little bit of training, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. But that $1.5 million is a part of the CARES funds. And then, as I mentioned earlier, FY 2022, the $14 million in PAYGO, which we separated that for $7 million to relate to housing. We talked a lot about anti-displacement. We talked a lot about staying in place. There are 2 separate commissions, if you will, or task force that the council recently approved as it relates to infrastructure, and it relates to anti-displacement. And all of that would be used to inform staff how to help the council go about using some of these funds that are set aside in the corridors. And then lastly, we have, and I'm sorry, $7 million also relate to economic development. And lastly, as I mentioned, the bonds for 2022 and 2024, which are clearly planned, that they're not approved, but those are what we have in the outlook of the CIP, much like we have roads in the outlook of the CIP and sidewalk projects and things of that nature. Next, please. If we go back to the FY 2022 message, one of the keys is that as we were talking about the corridors, we would have support for economic development efforts, which would include these public-private partnerships. And maybe just as important, towards the end, we would, again, try to grow this team to include private sector, nonprofits, philanthropic community partners, because we really didn't have funding planned in the out years for the corridors, and we're only a third of the way through the corridors. So if we go to the next slide, I'll go back to where we were with that 1.5 million, as I mentioned with the, no, you're good, Donata. You're fine, Donata. The 3.25 slide is fine. One more. Yes. So as I mentioned earlier, that $1.5 million in internet access and public Wi-Fi from the CARES funds, what we did with that is we also had $1 million that you may recall that we sent to the schools. Let me back up. We partnered with the schools because there were so many individuals who didn't have devices, and these were hot spots, and we all agreed not the best way to do this, but what it was kind of sort of plugging this gap. So, but if you go back up to the 1.5 million, that, and I really, appreciate the work from our CIO, Renee Askew, because in the corridors, in areas near the corridors, we were able to touch almost 2,000 households in 4 public spaces to receive free internet access. And as you start to look at this Access Charlotte initiative, there are many pieces of it that's very similar to what I'll talk to you about with digital inclusion. If we go to the next slide. So building off of Access Charlotte, when Sean came to you in July and talked about the $60 million of investment, one of the keys under community vitality was, and many of you talked to me about the YMCA, right? Under that same bucket, there was the concept of digital inclusion, and it was important to leverage additional community resources with that. I think as we started to talk with you, one of the things that was important to the council was to make sure that we were leveraging our funds, working with the private, working with other public entities such as the county and the school system. And I want to, really thank Sean for the hard work there, trying to continue to see if we could build something together. If we go to the next slide, under the 24 million that I alluded to previously, that 10 million, it was always there for digital inclusion, and we said up to 10 million contingent upon outcomes of collective impact discussions in support of internet access devices and digital literacy. So the concept was, could we do something? Could we do something better than hotspots? Could we do something based on the input the council have been giving us as to build something that's kind of that's special? So if we go forward. So with the digital inclusion piece, we take that 3.25 million from the CARES funds, and the $10 million for the ARPA investments are very similar. It's internet access, internet devices, digital literacy. And the council decided to basically say, let's just stick with what we began to build under Access Charlotte. Is there some kind of way that you could scale that up? That's clearly an opportunity with the $10 million. However, if there is an opportunity to bring in other resources from the private sector and other public sector dollars to also, whether scale up or build something that's totally unique in our corridors, there is that opportunity there. And as I mentioned earlier, no city funds for digital inclusion will be spent until the city approves a plan. And I think this may be it for me tonight. What's next? Right. Okay. And so I've spent a bit of time talking about the public sector involvement, specifically the city, as it relates to these work streams. And now I'd like to turn it over to Janet Labar. She has a couple of slides to just talk a bit about the private sector and the foundations and how those funds would work. And again, going back to the beginning, I have to stop saying going back with you, Donata, I'm sorry, is that the concept would always be all of those funds, the $72 million that's associated with the city, is in total control by the city and in the city council, and not where Janet is about to go.
Great. Thank you, Manager Jones, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you again for the opportunity to share with you some of the next steps following the announcement of the Racial Equity Initiative that we launched earlier this month at Johnson C. Smith University. And before I jump in, I do want to thank all of you for the leadership that you have provided in working to make Charlotte an inclusive city. As was just outlined, you have, together as one council and also individually as community leaders, demonstrated that you value and you prioritize equity. So through actions that you've taken as a council, you've locked arms together to serve residents and those most in need across our city, and I'm very proud that this public-private partnership for an equitable Charlotte expands on the work that you've done. So next slide, thank you. Okay, last year, the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council established a corporate response team that was co-led by myself and Malcolm Coley, who is a member of the CELC, and he is in leadership at the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, to really develop a plan to build on the city's ongoing efforts by engaging the business community, and in turn, a broader commitment to advancing racial equity. And then the Foundation for the Carolinas spearheaded a fundraising campaign to secure pledges from local companies and foundations in support of this initiative. Next slide, please. So as Marcus mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about the governance and the structure here. And I want to note here that it's really critical to ensure that there is, in fact, governance in place so that we have a coordinated and a consolidated reporting of progress to the community and to the businesses who have stepped up in this effort. So following the announcement, we have been working to establish 2 oversight boards. One is dedicated to the transformation of Johnson C. Smith University, and the other dedicated to the 3 remaining focus areas, which are digital divide, corridors of opportunity, and employer commitment. And the framework that has been established for each focused area, or as we have called them to date, work streams, have come from the participation of more than 90+ willing volunteer companies and organizations who've really spent the last year plus thinking through ideas and solutions that will advance racial equity in our community. And to date, we have been focused on a corporate response, and moving forward, we will be broadening our engagement to include more members in our community. The primary responsibility of the oversight boards will be to monitor, measure, and disperse the private sector and philanthropic funding to each one of these priority areas. And then as you can see on this chart here, as Manager Jones just mentioned, there will be city funds that the city will control and disperse at the time that's appropriate. The milestones that the oversight boards managing the philanthropic and the private sector funding will be, again, at milestone areas as metrics are met and as needs within each one of these work streams are then elaborated on. Okay, next slide. And I do want to go into a little bit more detail about each one of these in case you were not familiar with them, and then I'm happy to take any questions, and then I'm joined by my professional colleagues, Brad Wallace from EY and Bruce Clark, who are here to talk about digital divide. If there are any specific questions, then I think Tracy Dodson or perhaps Manager Jones can answer questions about the corridors of opportunity. So when it comes to Johnson C. Smith, the goal here was around elevating JCSU as a top 10 HBCU. And the plan is really, again, to strengthen academic excellence, deliver strong career outcomes, and launch a seamless academic pathway for its students. The university in this plan calls for the establishment of 5 new academic offerings that fill some of the greatest needs for Charlotte's employers. And these include finance, retail, pre-med, data analytics, and computer science. Students are going to be exposed to internships beginning their freshman year, and then they'll have close ties with the Charlotte business community that will be established throughout the programming and the curriculum. Investing in corridors, again, Manager Jones just gave a detailed overview of that from the city's perspective. From the private sector perspective, we hope to bring more improved access to employment, better connectivity to workforce services, and resources that help strengthen these neighborhoods. There is a debt equity solution that will enable corporations to come to the table to provide more equitable access to capital for Black and brown business owners through a more flexible lending platform. And direct grants will also be made available to small businesses in the corridors to bridge gaps and open new doors. We just had that fabulous announcement last Friday from Wells Fargo. On digital divide, we will ensure that our communities, our neighbors, our friends, our businesses, and our youth and their families have the modern tools needed to thrive, and that requires really the know-how to be literate in fundamentals like the internet, a computer, digital, and information skills. And then finally, in employer commitment, this is really broken down into 3 areas. First, around people, advancing Black and brown talent into senior level positions, into the C-suite and onto corporate boards. Second is around pipelines, so expanding our workforce pipelines, again, for Black and brown talent, helping them to earn the credentials and learning experiences they need in high-demand careers. And then third, finally, in partners, so investing in supplier diversity and deepening our minority-owned supplier relationships between employers. So that's all I have for this evening. Happy to answer questions. And I will just say it was really a privilege to be working alongside the business community and our partners here at the city to advance this work. It's tremendous. It is unparalleled in the country, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be a partner with you.
Mayor, I think thank you, Janet.
Okay.
I believe that's the end of the presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Janet, for the explanation of the 4 work streams and the rationale and the participation by the corporations. I don't want you to go too far. You might want to just sit up there. I don't know if Brad and Bruce want to join you up there, but questions from the council. All right, Mr. Driggs.
So the explanations we've heard describe a private fundraising process and an assignment of public funds. It's made to sound as if these were independent of each other. I assume that they are, in fact, interdependent. I mean, if we didn't put up the public money, is it fair to assume that the private money wouldn't be there either? The intent of this is that it's a joint venture.
I think, all right, Janet.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Councilmember Driggs, definitely as related to the fundraising from the private sector perspective, having knowledge that the city, for instance with corridors, had invested so much in corridors was important, not only in the money that's been invested and actually spent, but also that there's a longer-term plan as it relates to corridors. So yes, the concept of the city having made these investments, especially in the corridors, was important.
I think, Ms. LaBarre, you were talking about sort of the governance. Are there going to be milestones or conditions or ways in which the administration of these 2 programs are interdependent? Like, is the access to the private money going to depend on the city's performance or disbursements of the public piece?
Yeah, I think the
Microphone.
Donata.
Oh, you're oh, I can't hear you.
It's on.
Sorry.
Can you hear me? Okay. Donata, could you go back to the governance slide for me, please, where the boxes are? And Councilmember Driggs, in short, to answer your question, it is a public-private partnership. I think that's fair to say. Where you see the boxes below that oversight board on the far right, for example, that has a combined structure of digital divide, employer commitment, and corridors of opportunity, where those work streams live, there will be, whether you call them committees, advisory councils, you can see there under corridors, there will be an advisory council that the City of Charlotte will establish where, again, milestones, metrics on what the city has deemed as priorities and objectives within the corridors will be needed in order for the money to be dispersed. Now, I think the separation that maybe you heard in my presentation is because the oversight boards will definitely control the private sector philanthropic dollars that come into the initiative. I think the cooperation and the partnership comes from the working level committees where there will be city government. I believe you had a bullet on a prior slide, Manager Jones, of city involvement on these working committees, on these advisory councils, et cetera. And again, we have not yet finished populating the oversight boards, and so we're certainly absolutely willing to have some representation on these boards as well from the city.
Okay, so the manager assured us in the first slides that council would have, the opportunity, I guess, to approve or to And at the same time, our freedom to do that is kind of limited to the extent that we can't fail to go along with this agreement without risking breaking it all up. And I think the goals are undisputed, right? I think we're fine on that. I'm just wondering operationally how it works going forward and whether the council is really going to be able to make a decision, a choice about the use of funds when this framework is already out there. It feels to me like if we try to deviate from this framework, we're going to look like we're not supportive of the program, which we are, or we're going to jeopardize our relationship with the private sector. I feel that we're kind of locked in at this point, and whether or not we really have a lot of latitude to decide about the future use of those corridor funds, because I don't know as much as I would like to about what in particular the corridor funds are going to be used for, and was looking forward to the possibility of learning more about the projects, the roads, the kind of specific uses that we had in mind for that money. Because in my mind, there are issues. There are issues like if you make large investments in certain areas, you make those areas safer and more attractive, the risk of gentrification is a big issue. So a lot of these areas are in very good locations, and the minute it starts to look like they are desirable places for higher income families, we could have an unintended consequence. So I just think there's a lot more that we need to talk about in order to finalize our commitment and to be confident that the goals of the plan are actually going to be met. And so I guess what I'm looking forward to is learning in more detail about this governance situation. Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. And I'd like to thank the private corporations that have pledged this funding. I think it's a great project. We're excited. This council is committed to racial equity. I think the concern for some council members has been the process, as Councilmember Driggs stated. So what you or the public may not know, there are developments or items where council gets numerous briefings. We have presentations, we have small group meetings, we get numerous briefings on issues. So I think that's been the concern, has been the communication with council on this issue. It's not the issue itself, and our public votes for us and expects us to make informed decisions and not be in positions where we don't, where, as Councilmember Driggs said, feel like we have a choice. It's not the issue. We're all supportive of racial equity and improving the community. 85 in Sugar Creek is one of those. I've been fighting for it. So I'm excited and support the project. It's the process. And I've been accused as a council member of getting into the weeds and not staying at that 30,000-foot level. But this is the reason why. So because council does need to feel informed on decisions because, you know, we are the stewards of public dollars. So I think that that's the issue. Again, I applaud the private corporations and the commitment to equity, and also the mayor and the committee and the creativity. But it's the process from a council perspective that I think is what you're hearing. So again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a question. I just got a quick comment to make. I hope that I can make it in 2 minutes. I won't talk very long. One of the things that really hadn't happened around this dais as of yet is to really, in a very sincere and open way, to say thank you, right? The $250 million gift, in addition to the announcement last week by Wells Fargo and Fifth Third Bank prior to the announcement, is extraordinary. And its complexity and the way it was brought forward to the table by the mayor. When I was first at this dais years ago, a lot of these activities started in the corporate community. Public-private partnership is the hallmark of the city of Charlotte. It's how we built the city. And the mayor at that point when I was there from 99 to 2005, really didn't have to do a whole lot. As I told one of the mayor's predecessor, just drive the car and don't wreck it. The corporate community was his GPS. Pam Seifert ran the city, and he was surrounded by a progressive Democratic city council. So just drive the car and don't wreck it. Fast forward, the mayor has to be intimately involved in working with the private community in a more direct way versus 10, 15 years ago, because the private community interests are international now. No one's just thinking specifically about Charlotte each and every day. 15, 20 years ago, they all thought about Charlotte each and every day. And so I want to thank the mayor for providing the leadership on this initiative in terms of bringing the public and the private community together for something that is really, really, really good. Investing in the corridors of opportunity, making sure that the private dollars can start where the public dollars stop. They help a lot of minority developers and business owners and residents in all these corridors that need help. Certainly the investment in Johnson C. Smith University, a strong Beatty-Ford Road and a weak Johnson C. Smith doesn't make a whole lot of sense. A strong Johnson C. Smith and a weak Beatty-Ford Road doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So the fact that these dollars are working together to ensure that the corridor is strong and vibrant, that we protect history and tradition, but at the same time, we strengthen Johnson C. Smith University for workforce preparedness and all those things that comes along with it. They should be the fuel that provides the growth for that corridor. I'm really excited about, as well as all the other initiatives. So the devil's always in the details. Presentations could be made better, but I don't think that we should overlook the investment that's been made in the community by the corporate community to really touch on all the topics we've talked about from my perspective, indirectly over the past 18 months. And so I just want to say thank you.
Any other questions?
Is this for the end of, do you have more presentation, and was this just the Janet LaBar's piece? And we're answering those, or we're answering all questions now?
All questions, I believe.
Finish with presentations.
And also,
All right, Mr. Bakari?
thank you. So I just need to put this in context for everyone, because looking at this presentation makes it difficult to understand the winding road that brought us here today. And to be clear, this agenda item today was put on today's council agenda by the city manager right after we got back from the retreat because of actions several of us took around what had gone down over the retreat over the past year. And we want to figure out how this council was positioned, was managed, was misled in our part of $72 million taxpayer dollars that we were elected to be accountable for, yet we learned about how many of them were positioned and structured on the stage of that mayor's initiative announcement. So that's what tonight is about. I want to be real clear. That's the first step. We have steps that we're now working on together as a council behind the scenes, and the next step is going to be to partner with the private sector more directly to lift them up. We need to be real clear tonight. We are so appreciative of our private sector partners, many of which were doing this work before any of this came out and were planning it, some of which were inspired because of the group action. But the punchline is we love that part, and we cannot wait to work directly with you all to make some of these things you've been building a reality. But that is not what tonight is about. Tonight is about us figuring out exactly how we were misled and potentially lied to in some parts, and what laws and protocols were broken to get us to this point so we never repeat these mistakes before. And if I can just recap very quickly, here's what you need to know from if you're out there in the viewing audience as a voter, as a citizen, and this seems complicated, it's really, really simple when you boil it down. On July 19th, the staff sat in front of us with the ARPA money. That's after the CARES money. It's the second round of federal money that's designed to help cities like ours and the entire country to rebound from what was going on in this COVID economic crisis that we were in, particularly small businesses. They presented us that list of everything that was there, much in the same form you see it today, and it had breakouts, and we said, yeah, we like it. Okay, well, let's get us some more details so we can get this money out the door urgently. And then 3 months goes by, and we were all sitting, having discussions, and we were trying to relay, hey, this is urgent. Like, why aren't we addressing this with urgency? This money is here for the recovery. And it never made sense. We never got complete, crisp answers. And then on October 26th, we sat at that retreat in Winston-Salem, and a presentation was given to us, nearly the identical presentation we had seen over 3 months earlier. And it was on the agenda as an update, and we were like, all right, maybe we'll have a robust conversation and finally make it happen. And we were surprised with the vote, and we were told when asked we couldn't see any more detail. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. This is all online. You can go to YouTube or the City of Charlotte's Facebook page, and you could go find the YouTube video City of Charlotte Fall Strategy Meeting, October 26, 2021. And if you fast forward to the 2-hour, 5-minute, 20-second mark, you will see, as this topic comes up on the agenda for update, the mayor and the manager go back and forth with what I can only imagine is a scripted conversation of, would it be better if we voted on this today? Well, yeah, that would help. Okay, let's vote. And there's a second. And then we have a dialogue. And if you fast forward to the 2-hour and 19-minute mark to 2:21:30, you will see as we go back and forth, finally, as we're being forced into a vote, we're having the dialogue of, well, all we see is buckets of huge amounts of money. We don't want to slow this down because that's how we were being positioned. But can't we vote yes and then they come back to us, with details of where it needs to go? And the answer was crisp, which was no. If I have to bring it back to you all, this just can't work. Let me translate that. You vote now. We'll let you know when the money's out there, wherever it ends up going, which we have no idea where it went. It's the Brewster's Millions approach to COVID and CARES Act dollars, which is once you spend it all, you won. And that is unacceptable given the stakes of what we're dealing with right now. So today, as we come back into all of this, we had that serious meeting with the manager, several of us leading up to this, and we had him place this on the agenda so we could get to the bottom of it tonight. And I will tell you, if we hadn't put that pressure, we wouldn't be having this kind of discussion right now that we're all having. So today we heard from the manager, there's no digital inclusion money that's going to be spent without council approval. That's fantastic. And that's because of our last 3 weeks of work, because that wasn't the position when they tricked us into voting for it. $72 million is in control by the council. Well, it is now that we made everyone aware what has happened here. This is because of what we've done since the retreat. So the reality today is we still have no actual idea what the plans are for this money. The good first step we made is, well, council, we're not going to roll out the door until we bring something back to you to look at. And that's a huge step. But we also don't know what promises have been made to folks with existing future corridor dollars to make this public-private partnership work. With that $10 million of money for the digital inclusion, we don't know exactly what's been talked about behind closed doors. We know the private sector has done a hell of a job with their plan. Fact. That plan will probably transform this community and this city long term. But that has nothing to do with this $10 million that literally we were tricked into voting for so that they could stand on that stage and call it the mayor's initiative and call it a public-private partnership. And that is a fact. Go back and look at the video there. So now we get to this point where we try to figure out what we're going to do. We've got to figure out, Congressman Budd has asked some very important questions. I don't necessarily think that anyone was dumb enough to go break the law and get themselves faced with jail time, but I don't know that any more than anyone else who hasn't actually seen anything. The point is we need to see what's going on, what promises have been made, and answer those questions. And I think what we'll find out once we get to the end of that, unless I'm shocked and there was something very devious, it's going to be a really simple set of two scenarios that occur. One, this is regular ARPA and CARES Act money that we put to work, that's all out there, and this was branded by the mayor to be a racial equity initiative. Or two, this money was used as a racial equity initiative and it was designed for something which was COVID relief, and then it's illegal. So it's only one of two scenarios when you boil down all the explanations. It was either branded in a marketing exercise for something it wasn't, or something bad happened. And all we need to get past this point is figure out answers to these questions. So I have a quick question for the city attorney, and then I think we can move forward, hopefully with answers to some of these very critical questions. Mr. Attorney, my question to you is, if you go back and see how things were positioned, again, that's for the public to look at. But if you go back to our agenda that was listed as, again, item number 4 for our agenda, financial conditions, with the sub number ARPA update. That was something that was listed as an update, not an action for our formal policy, and we were surprised with the vote. So was that not compliant with our City of Charlotte procedures that have notice of action required? So the public has at least 48 hours to know we're voting on anything, let alone over $60 million going out the door. And does that make it a valid vote?
So the answer to your question, Councilmember Bakari, is, and I have pulled up the agenda, so I have it in front of me as well. It's a financial condition, and then it has the two things, budget outlook and ARPA update. And the ARPA update, if you click on that, has the PowerPoint presentation. I do not see in this particular agenda a specific reference to a motion or a vote that's going to occur. What I see here is ARPA update. This is a conversation that I've had with council members on and off about what's on the agenda and what the expectations are going forward. I would say from my perspective as a lawyer, in terms of wanting to make sure that everything is very precise, I would say that things that you want to do, motions that you want to take, it would be my preference that they're on the actual agenda. Obviously, there are a couple things here, a legal issue and a procedural issue. From a legal perspective, there is no statute that even says that you have to have an agenda. It simply allows you to, it requires you to put forth the date, time, notice of the meeting. But the agenda issue is really a part of your council procedures that we've had some challenges with in terms of motions that come together. It would be my recommendation that if you're going to actually take an action, that action be on your agenda going forward.
Understood. And that's exactly what I thought you were going to say. So we don't really need to take an action right now. Our action before was not compliant with our policies, and no matter what, we've got to do that action again. So I think that puts us, without putting anyone in a position to have to vote or do anything, in the right spot, which is private sector, we appreciate you. We're now at the table and aware of what's happening, and we want to work with you, but that's going to be together urgently, but we're going to vote on any of these dollars in a compliant way with our procedures before they head out the door. And I think I'm going to close with this. Why do we keep saying, well, I think in hindsight, we probably could have done it better or done this a little more optimal? The point is this: until we start operating above board in good faith to solve the problems of these 10,000 plus small businesses that are dying for our COVID recovery that we sat for the last 4 months not addressing, we should all be working on these things now and fixing them so we can move forward with things like Mr. Winston is going to talk about, which is actually having an equity framework in place. And all the things that we've talked a lot about with the private sector, made claims that it exists, but it actually isn't there. And that's when you engage the strong council. The 11 people that have votes here directly will partner with you to make even better outcomes occur. Thank you.
Mr. Winston.
Ms. LaBar, I have one question for you. You mentioned that there were 90 volunteer companies that came together. What was the framework used to allow or disallow local companies from entering into this public-private partnership framework?
There wasn't specific criteria, Councilmember Winston. It was an open invitation. Pardon me. And admittedly, we started with members of the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council, and then when the alliance was brought in, it was expanded to our investor and our membership base as well. Moving forward, as I mentioned, again, this was a corporate response, so there was a business community component to it. I'm well aware that we have work to do to make sure that we're engaging more of the neighborhoods, more of the community-based organizations, so we have work to do there.
Words matter greatly. And in this meeting, the words of this governing body matter immensely to the spectrum of our constituencies. My concern is that the words of the mayor's racial equity initiative, they're very powerful. They bring a certain sentiment, and they bring a sense of buy-in from many different folks in our community. But I'm concerned, my concern is that those words are not as full as they could be, that they ring hollow, and they can confuse our partners who have bought into the idea of a public-private partnership around racial equity work. And it makes empty promises to our citizens who need to benefit from any type of equity work. To be plain, Charlotte City Council has not created, considered, or passed an equity policy of any sorts that guides our policy development. This is something that I've wanted for us to do for a long time. We just have not done it. We've approached it, right? But we have not done it. Corridors of opportunity is not equity policy. That is not something that was the umbrella to that work. It was said in our presentation that corridors of opportunity was adopted in the beginning of 2020, which that might be true, but that's not where the work originated. The work originated really in 2017. I think it was December when we had a meeting in this room before we ever had our first business meeting down in the chamber. Council members Mitchell and Harlow brought forward this policy that needed to happen real fast around opportunity zones. And we passed that policy. And council had a lot of questions. We had a lot of meetings bringing folks down from the White House and other branches, executive branches of the federal government, also from the Fed, to explain to us that these opportunity zones were actually not policy that we control, right? This was a relationship between large amounts of capital and the IRS. And these large amounts of capital, these opportunity funds would invest in these opportunity zones and therefore be able to delay their capital gains tax over generations. And we realized that, hey, we don't have any way of controlling what gets invested and what happens and what doesn't happen. So we started to go into work to say, hey, what are the things that we can do? We can think about how we do our capital investment policies. We can think about how our planning policies intersect or don't intersect with our economic development policies. And that was part of a big part of why the initial conversations when we hired both our planning director as well as our economic development director. It was also thinking about when Councilmember Mayfield was really pushing this playbook approach. I remember talking about it in a couple of different retreats. Then we layer on top of this, when we're trying to change our approach to violence, to move from a law enforcement approach to a public health approach, we saw that it overlaid, again, those hot spots overlaid to these opportunity zones, you know, where this billions of dollars of investment was probably going to happen. And we were like, we need to come up with some type of strategy to have some type of influence in this. As we put all of those things together, we did come up with this corridors of opportunity, but that's where the pathway starts. It never started with saying we wanted to have an overreaching equity approach to the way we do things. Since Council has not adopted an equity policy or a lens to support efforts like the corridors of opportunity, but are selling our work as racial equity work, and I fear that there will be a delta or a gap of what is actualized after investments are actually made. It reminds me of some of the research I've read and listened to around urban renewal. See, urban renewal was accomplished over decades through the facilitation of many different public-private partnerships. In fact, if you listen to the words of people like Vernon Sawyer, who was the senior staff member who implemented urban renewal, he believed that he was integrating neighborhoods instead of segregating neighborhoods. He applauded the creation of local businesses, black businesses like local lawyers, builders, developers, and real estate brokers. In the immediate and even over time, Charlotte cheerled the return of those investments that were made during the time of urban renewal. But now we know the error of some of those decisions that lack that equity approach to those investments that were made. So while the intent of the mayor's equity initiative might be great, I believe it is missing a step. It is missing a step that could prove fatal to the idea of equitable development in neighborhoods that need it most. And that missing step is equity. So we exist in a strong city council manager form of government. My suggestion for now, for us to keep this thing moving forward and to realize all the promises that this strong public-private partnership could generate, is that we charge city council with developing an equity policy that we can apply not just to our corridor strategies, but to work with the CELC to truly embark on a citywide equity initiative that touches all 310 square miles, and that really does empower future councils to really operate from that equity framework. I think that's how we get this thing moving forward, and I think that's how we be honest about where we're at and where we need to go. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. So I'll start with, having not been in the strategy session conversation, this has been an interesting evening to this point. I've heard a few different things. What I'm most interested in is I'm hearing from Councilmember Bakari that that the council members that were in the room that ultimately voted were misled, and some pretty, to me, serious allegations, if you will, and a suggestion that we're voting again. First, I wanted to understand, or that we need to vote again. First, I wanted to understand a little bit more about that. And then I'd also like to understand from Councilmember Winston, when you say we should charge ourselves to create an equity policy, how that looks different from what occurred, because I'm not exactly still sure that I know what occurred here that was the miss, and maybe that's a question for the mayor to understand what actually happened here in light of what Councilmember Bakari has said, and then from Councilmember Winston, what looks different in terms of how this council then actively gets involved in equitable policy development? Because I mean, I hear suggestions, some of which I'm supportive of, some of which I have questions, but I know we're not taking action tonight, but I want to make sure I understand where do we go from here that's going to create a situation where people feel like they can get behind what's happened. So I'll back up. First thing, Councilmember Bakari, when you talk about being misled or we need to vote again, can you tell me exactly what you're looking to happen here that's different than what occurred?
Well, I believe that the city attorney has already clarified what I wanted, which was I don't want the money to go out the door until this council can be involved. And under the guise of the mayor's initiative, it was the mayor's thing with the private sector steering our dollars in some form or fashion into folks' hands of which we had no visibility for. So I think I got my initial goal accomplished tonight, which is this money can't go out the door. The manager said it in his remarks, which are net new remarks that were not the tune that we heard at the retreat, and the attorney said that vote is invalid anyway, given our own procedures internally. Would I love to hear clarifications on why this happened the way it did? I would love to. But at the end of the day, I only expected that there will be explanations and all kinds of things that have been scrambled to be made, and all I cared about was that we're part of the work that we've been elected to do.
Okay, so then maybe the question then is for Mr. Winston. What then looks different when you say that the council will be involved in equity policy? Are you speaking specific to a committee referral, an ad hoc committee developed? What looks different than how we got here?
Well, again, I think what I'm speaking to, this idea of an equity lens or for future policy, frames, is something I spoke about the other week when we were discussing redistricting, right? So this idea of using the tools that we have developed over time, all these social determinants of equity, all of these tools that we have accumulated over time, to whether it's in an an ad hoc committee, whether it's within our specific purviews around economic development. We've approached this in our Comp 2040 plan, in our transportation and planning rubrics and frameworks. That would guide all of our future work, and that's hard work to kind of dive into. The county has looked at some ways that they've done it, but I want to avoid the situation, where this council or future councils are saying, we need to do something, so we'll do anything and just slap the tag of equity on it, because it's not true, right? One of
I think I get where you're going.
Yeah.
I think, okay.
Thank
So
you.
for me, thank you. I'd like to see something more tangible and tactical in terms of what this framework looks like, even as we think about what's in the presentation and oversight boards and how this thing gets rolled out. If we're talking about we want a more transparent process, we want to really have council leading this work, that to me shows up in some form of a working body. So whether that's a ad hoc committee or whether that falls within, I would think, economic development as an economic mobility type initiative. I would love to see that and happy to support that work, but that feels to me like what needs to happen going forward. And then I guess the last question is procedurally, where are we, Mr. Attorney? Do we need a vote, and at what point is that vote going to occur? Clearly.
So I think I understand your question. I just want to remind council that at the October 26th meeting, there weren't any questions specific to the procedures that were happening here. And I do want to remind folks that pursuant to Rule 6C, it's the mayor that entertains and answers questions of parliamentary procedure. Parenthetically, the city attorney may offer advisory opinions or advice to the mayor.
With that, Mr. Attorney, I'll thank you for that reminder. Madam Mayor, I'll direct my question to you.
Well, would you restate your question, please?
Sure. I just want to know from a tactical standpoint, as far as it relates to voting again on that matter, where we stand.
Well, I have to say this. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, yes.
Only because I think it's important to put a little context behind how the federal dollars have been handled in the past. And it's important to put out there that before we went to the retreat, I went to the Budget and Effectiveness Committee, and the Budget and Effectiveness Committee said, we need to talk about these ARPA funds also. It was a discussion about some of these guys that were lined up ready to go. In the pre-read that we sent out, there was ARPA in the pre-read. And so I just believe that what the city attorney has said is a little different than how we've been handling the ARPA funds in the past. And so I just want to make sure that we put out there that there's not a big deviation from how this council has given a nod, if you will, for ARPA funds. There haven't been a bunch of RCAs where you vote on individual actions. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Manager.
May
To
I
that
add
point-
something, Ms. Watlington?
Well, can I just follow up with what he just said?
Sure.
I was just going to say, I can appreciate that this may not be very different. It sounds like maybe we should institute something a little bit different going forward, but your point is noted.
The only thing that I would add, and I don't have the timing of it exactly, but I remember, I think after Mr. Driggs spoke about the item being adopted and approved, I said that still has to go through the process that the manager has to bring forward at the retreat. I remember saying that because I do believe that the way that this is being framed is that we have committed and given away money, and there is no contract, no commitment to give money to any group except in a way that we do it in terms of a partnership, which has never really been defined except we work together in this community. And so the idea that we would say, well, we have to vote again it would be appropriate to vote in, once we decide, I think, as governance structure, how that contract would work and on that plan. If there is this idea that because we, at a retreat, agreed on 14 items that we call community vitality, and those items would go forward, some of those are probably under the manager's signature, which he would believe, or at least if I were the manager, I would believe that I have the power to do that because of the amount and the authority that is in my accountability. But I do remember specifically saying that these would have to come back to the council. And that, I believe, is what we needed to be able to do tonight, is that when we talk about the digital divide and the appropriation of that money, it has been set aside, but it has not been contracted, nor is there anything written that says how we would do it. Now, in terms of the planning for this, we do a lot of ideas around what plans are and what they could be. And in this case, I think that the private sector really did do a plan, as Mr. Bakari noted, that was intense and very much something intentional and will serve this community very well. And I really appreciate them for doing that. I appreciate them for listening, because this all came about after the George Floyd protests. And they went about this work. We've been a little bit slower, and that's okay. There's not a problem with that. But we have also been very much committed to the idea that hot spots where we spent millions of dollars did not work. And we do need something about digital inclusion that's going to make it possible for kids in this community, the households in this community, to be, as we call it often, not just survive, but thrive. And that's an important aspect of it. What I think that's encouraging to me tonight is the idea that the private sector has come and presented and said, how do we work together? And that in itself says a lot. I know that this council believes in equity, but you're right, there's no equity policy in this council. I expect, and I said so at the presentation, that equity in this community was being operated upon by many, many different groups. And everybody had a different way of looking at it. The private sector chose the way that they wanted to do this. And they have stepped up and they're doing it. So I really want to say I'm encouraged by that, but I also agree that we have work to do, but we're not the only ones out here, all the way from Rabbi Schindler's work at Queens, all the way to the work that Jatanya Adams is doing on Beatties Ford Road. All of this is about doing well. And I hope that we understand that the more we work together, the more that we stop kind of like figuring out how this community can improve, that's when we make change for people. This is just one part of a change. This money will go far, I hope, but that doesn't stop it. It has to continuously grow. And we have to continuously, these laws that caused us to talk about inequity are hundreds of years old. Last week, my mother has a book that I kept. It's the 1990, let's see, 100 years ago, right? The Negro Almanac. 77 people were lynched in this community across the country. All of these things are discussed. These laws were sent and carved in places primarily on black and brown people. So we have this chance now to stop carving and do something to fill in the gaps to do this. And this is just one way to do it. There are many other ways, and I would encourage us all to think about the things that go forward and help us, and especially if we establish an equity framework, which has been mentioned, but hasn't been acted upon. Until this, I kind of feel good. Now I feel like I'm on a roll. Here we go. So what I'm going to say, so perhaps this is the push we needed, and that's okay. Sometimes you get the push that you need by seeing someone else step up to do something. So thank you to Janet and the private sector. Mr. Driggs.
So I just want to note, I think Mr. Bakari has raised some legitimate issues, and I don't want to see them swept under the carpet. This is a conversation we need to have. It is it's a procedural thing. It's a governance question. So I think we need to note that all of us, I believe, are aligned behind the goals of the plan and the use of the resources for that matter. What we're talking about really is that it would have been nice if the council had been able to ask our questions and be involved and know more before a public announcement was made that actually kind of limited our choices. And so I think that's the issue. And what I look forward to is that we catch up, that we do those things that we would have done before the announcement, after the announcement, and we all arrive together at a plan and a commitment of funds that's in line with what was announced. I don't think it gets disturbed by it, and certainly we've all expressed our appreciation to the private partners. That is not diminished in any way, but we have to just get the cart back behind the horse on this thing, I think, and get all the people whose authority will commit that money on board with the promises we're making. Thank you.
You know, Mr. Driggs, I really appreciate that because I do reflect on the questions and after the conversations I've had with many of you. And I want to say the one thing that I would have done differently as I made the calls the week before the announcement, and I think I spoke with every council member, I probably had kind of like this idea that, well, I just want to make sure you have the invitation, you have the announcement, and you'll be there. And that wasn't sufficient and it wasn't enough. And so for that, I really would like to let you all know that I have thought about it. I regret that it happened. And I am going to work towards that kind of disclosure, especially as things come up. And this is what I would say also, as when I was calling people, and it was just very kind of, you know, like, this is going to happen. And I said, can you come? I mean, I know that certain people couldn't come, but I remember talking to Mr. Driggs, and he was telling me about the engagement party. And later when we talked, he said to me, well, Vi, if I had known that it was going to be this, I would have come back from New York. And I have to say, I was probably more enthused about the engagement party, and I wouldn't have come back from New York if I had had that kind of engagement party. I remember talking to Mr. Bakari and saying, you know, this is the work that Brad has been working on. This is about, and he's like, I understand it. I know what's going on. I remember talking to other people that didn't know as much, but I own that. And I want you to know that as I own things, I try to make those adjustments. And I hope that you'll understand that's what I'm trying to do, and we'll work at it consistently with this council. So thank you. Ms. Eiselt?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everybody, all my colleagues who have expressed your comments. I've been listening, trying to listen over the past week or 2 weeks to this conversation, and I agree with a lot of you. I also agree with the sentiments the manager and the mayor has said, too, and I think what it comes down to for me is that, is this. In the past 5 years alone, we've moved up 2 spots to be the 15th largest city in the country. We're only a couple thousand behind the next larger city, so Columbus, we're on you. We're close. And I believe that we will surpass that within the next couple years. And because of that, we have had a lot of growing pains. We are, I believe, if it's not us, it's Fort Worth, the largest city that has this form of government, still has a weak mayor form of government. I personally like having a city manager as the CEO. I think it's been, you know, our manager is a workhorse, as is his team. Maybe not all of us want to make that kind of a commitment yet to be full-time city council members, but our peer cities, that's what they are. They have their own legislative staff. They have, I mean, a lot more than, it's almost embarrassing sometimes when you talk about it and you meet the driver of a council member at a meeting. So we're in a really difficult, we're sort of a teenager trying to go through growing pains, if you will. And I hope we can all give each other a little bit of grace. Can we do things differently? Definitely, and we need to. So I think for the people that are listening to this tonight, a lot of this is what we're trying to figure out as council members. I really appreciate that my colleagues have pointed out how excited we are about the private sector stepping up for this initiative, because that's huge. I've never seen anything like this in my 20-some years in Charlotte. And that, to me, I hope is a new day. Do we need new processes within our own city government? We do. We've got to work on this. We've got to have better ways that we can get involved and get integrated in some of these things. and also have an appreciation for how confidential some of this is, because that's not always the way we treat it either. So I appreciate all the comments. I think there's a lot of validity. I think I'm on record of asking about that 10 million in the retreat to say that it was bucketed, and that unless anything's changed, we still would have to vote on anything that goes out the door, because the manager's authority only goes up to 500,000, and we even changed that. I think it was 150,000 just a couple of years ago. So yeah, there is room for improvement on the way we do things. But again, just for anybody who's confused about this, we got another topic tonight we're talking about that is really exciting, to possibly get a medical school. We're the largest city in the country that doesn't have a medical school. So are we going to have growing pains and difficulty in doing it? Yeah, absolutely we will. And I just ask for us all to have a little bit of grace with each other and be open to change. It's hard, and I ask for the public to be a little more understanding of that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, I just, some final remarks after hearing some of those responses. While I appreciate the apology and recognition of wanting to go back and do it differently, I think it's important right now that we not kind of skip over the aha moment that everyone is hopefully experiencing right now. We were told, just to be crystal clear, because this has been said multiple ways right now, we were told we needed to approve these huge buckets of money without it coming back to us. Go back to the 2-hour and 19-minute mark, and you will absolutely hear that in the October 26th YouTube video on the City of Charlotte page. And you just heard the manager today say, well, we've been doing these things not with RCAs that come back to you. That money was not coming back to us, folks. If this work hadn't occurred in the last 3 weeks leading up today, that money would have been out the door and we would have heard about it afterwards. So a lot of people around here are apologetic, and I feel like, yes, they wish they hadn't got their hand caught in this cookie jar. But at the end of the day, we forced where we are right now by our actions over the last 3 weeks and today. That money would have never come back to us, and now it will. So we achieved that today. 2, and this is most important, there's no plan for the majority of the money on that page that's forward-looking that we, as a public partnership, didn't already approve. I know it for the digital divide, and I know what the private sector is doing on the digital divide, and it's amazing. And that has nothing to do with these monies. There are things that we could do, one of which is give 1998 Wi-Fi devices to high school kids, but we haven't actually sat down and done this work. This is what Braxton and I were trying to do for 2 years now, and to be cut out from that, the real travesty is that there's no actual plan still. So don't walk away thinking, okay, well, we have work to do, and it's council work to do. And I think finally, if the push we needed tonight was being lied to bring us to this point and get an equity framework underway and get involved in an 11-person, strong council manager form of government in this work, well, maybe that is worth it. But let's not, paint that thing up and make it look sexier than it is. We were lied to. We put maximum pressure, and now we've solved some of it with a lot more work to do. So I'll just leave with the ending silver lining of I love a good news story, and I hope it brings us together. The real good news story is the last 3 weeks and the mayor's initiative maybe is the first thing in the last several years that's actually brought this council together on something. So there's the silver lining if you're looking for one.
Wow. All right, Mr. Graham.
I want to thank you for the phone call today. And we agree that we disagree, so we're going to disagree right now, right? And so.
Look at me and you talking on the phone.
Exactly.
Wonderful. Brought us together.
Time heals all wounds.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. But listen, and again, I go back to my earlier comments. The devil's always in the details, right? And I don't want to lead the conversation the way Mr. Bakari framed it. His opinion, I respect it. Don't agree with all of it, but he's a council member. He can state what he wants to state, so I respect that. I respect more the efforts made around the initiative and the good it's going to do for so many people in our community, especially on these corridors, which has been historically left behind in Charlotte's development. There's no doubt about it. Trying to restore that through these dollars is, my perspective, equity, right? are a historically black college within the 15th largest city in the country, less than 2 miles away. They should have the best banking and finance department in the country, and somehow they've been left behind. Digital divide, I mean, we talked about those things. So I just want to leave with the public that despite the noise that at least this council member, and I think a majority of the council, I can't speak for everybody, I'll speak for Malcolm. This council member is keeping his eyes on the prize in terms of how do we create community impact by what happened over the last 3 weeks. Not only on Baysford Road, but throughout the corridors, throughout the city, to make sure that Johnson C. Smith is the best it can be and hold them accountable, making sure that we invest the dollars wisely and they'll come back before this council. And as I said earlier in my presentation, notwithstanding that the form of government is a weak mayor form of government, we need a strong mayor, and we have one. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I think everyone has had an opportunity.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Ms. Edge, and then Mr. Phipps, did you also want to?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Edgemira, Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I agree with what's been said about the process and the transparency. But let's not discount the effort that was put forward by our mayor and the private sector. So while we all agree that process could be different, governance could be different, equity policy we need to develop, the most importantly, we need to focus on implementation moving forward, because implementation is what's going to transform lives in all parts of our city, especially along corridors. So that's the only message I have for my colleagues as we move forward. Let's keep our focus on the implementation and governance while we continue to work through some of these policies and processes. Thank you.
Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I think it's important to emphasize that the people still have a chance in these corridors and these playbook exercises. I think some decisions that they and ideas that they put forth will be part of the plan by which we would execute dispersing some of these funds. And we still have some playbook corridors that's still working on that playbook. I'm aware that Pat Millen and his nonprofit, the ED2, they've been working for years, seems like, just getting these digital equipment and things in neighborhoods. Also, Bank of America, at the start of the new year, they donated 10,000 laptops to CMS to put in schools. So people are not sitting around waiting for us to figure out how we're going to finally spend these funds. They're out there doing it. So I think that the public still has an opportunity through their exercise to determine how some of these monies will be spent. And I think that's a critical part of it. So I look forward to the pathway forward, and I think we have a good start right now. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that ends this discussion. I'm concerned whether or not how we deal with the COVID update and the Powell bill allocation update. I know that we've also got people waiting in the chamber for us. And so we've got quite a list.
We have a solution. We
have a solution?
Yes.
So we're going to stop this strategy session now?
Yes.
And then proceed to go downstairs if we can move quickly to the chamber. And then we'll go ahead and begin with our public forum. continue on our agenda, and we're going to begin with our speakers, public forum speakers list. Those are folks that have signed up to speak to the council about various issues and topics. We will respond to your questions or your comments in the next following week from the staff. There'll be some staff research. Some of these issues may be very simple and we can do it quickly, or some may be more complex and we want to get it right when we share the information. So you can look for a letter from us as you come down if you make a request to us as a body. We have, in our rules are we have 13 speakers signed up. 12 speakers signed up. And so we'll go in the order of which you have signed up. So I'm going to call 2 people at a time, and you can see their mics on both sides of the lower level where all the cameras are. I do want to have council reintroduce themselves to you again. It's been a while since I think this is our second or third time in the chamber. And so we'll go ahead and have introductions of those. We also have a council member joining us virtually. And so we'll start with our city clerk and then go around, and then we'll go to the council person that's joining us virtually.
Stephanie Kelly, city clerk.
Dimple Ashmira at large.
Braxton Winston at large.
Greg Phipps at large.
Marcus Jones, city manager.
Clyde Lyles, mayor.
Julie Eiselt, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Tarek Bakari, D6.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Wallington, serving in District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
All right, District 5.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Ms. Johnson.
I'm Renee Johnson, District 4. Sorry I'm late. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask Vanessa Matthews if she would come down to speak to us, followed by Charlotte Naja Trez as well. And I think these are all 3 people. So why don't, Mr. Smith, why don't you, Sean Smith, are you joining us? He's not joining us. So the first 2 speakers, thank you very much for coming this evening. Yes.
Can I begin?
Yes, you go right ahead.
All right. Esteemed council members and Mayor Lyles, my name is Vanessa Vaughn Matthews and I live in District 2. And this year I was appointed by the mayor to serve as the chair of the Charlotte International Cabinet. The International Cabinet is charged with providing input and recommendations to City Council on topics pertaining, to City Council, city leadership, and to the mayor on topics pertaining to international affairs of domestic and foreign origin, and to encourage the growth of international business through partnerships and support globally competitive workforce development, entrepreneurship, foreign direct investment, and exporting. Our cabinet members represent various aspects of Charlotte's international community and work to promote Charlotte as an international city. Earlier this year, Mayor Pro Tem Eiselt and former council member James Mitchell asked the cabinet to create this motion of support for for an international business strategy. These combined reasons are why we write this letter for the creation and implementation of an international business strategy for the city of Charlotte. As a top growing city, global cities are often the hubs of the world and increasingly influential players on the world stage. The city of Charlotte has an opportunity to continue to grow its global ties, as well as to provide more opportunities to small businesses serving the diversity of our steadily growing international community. In alignment with the charges of the International Cabinet, we advise the City of Charlotte to bring together city leaders and stakeholders to clearly define and promote an international business strategy for the City of Charlotte. And secondly, we advise the City of Charlotte to create and implement such a strategy to remove silos and encourage more fruitful cross-collaboration across the city. We fully support the creation and implementation of a comprehensive international business strategy, and we are requesting that Mayor Lyles moves this discussion to the Workforce and Business Development City Council Committee to further discuss the importance of international and foreign-owned businesses for Charlotte. We look forward to working with you and the city on this endeavor. And on behalf of the International Cabinet, it is our pleasure to assist you in making this successful.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Ms. Trez, would you like to? We always love it. You have Ms. Charlotte Trez, and we have Ms. Charlotte Ajmer.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed council members and mayor. My name is Charlotte Trez. I was appointed by mayor in 2019 to serve as an advisory member for the Charlotte International Cabinet. The Charlotte International Cabinet is charged to provide input and recommendation to City Council on topics pertaining to international affairs of domestic and foreign origin, and raise visibility of issues pertaining to the immigrant community. As appointed members, we are proud to serve the City of Charlotte and our local community by not only gathering information about the challenges the community is facing, but also by calling attention to viable solutions. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the hardship and danger that is posed through ineffective information sharing. As diverse community leaders, we have seen the disparity created when residents are not able to receive vital resources in their language. On April 2021, we called together a forum to learn from residents and leaders about challenges faced by immigrant and refugee communities that were heightened by the pandemic. The common theme throughout the discussion were gaps in information sharing compounded by complicated terminology and lack of language access. We commend efforts already in place by the city, like efforts to translate the application for businesses to receive COVID-19 emergency funding. During our May 2021 meeting, we learned that increase of language access practice at the city, and we also learned about best practice being implemented across the country gathered by the Municipal Language Access Network. The Municipal Language Access Network is a collaboration of a language access professional working in municipal government across the country, including Boston, Seattle, Houston, and Greensboro here in North Carolina. We applaud the work of elected officials and city staff for their diligent efforts to address this need. We advise more can be done to support Charlotte's global, diverse, and growing community. In alignment with the charges of the Charlotte International Cabinet, we advise the City of Charlotte to adopt a citywide language access policy that adheres to the following best practices. Promotes an increased uses of plain language, requires all departments to develop annual strategic plan to increase provision of a translated document and interpretation at meetings. Provides a training across city department to utilize language access tool. Provides support and training to bilingual employees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to leave the remainder of your remarks with the city clerk, we will do that.
Thank you, ma'am.
She will send those to us. All right, thank you. Mayor. I'm sorry.
Can we get an update on the language access plan?
Actually, I was going to say that we, not only an update, we need to look at this and determine how we should address it, because I think that while we've talked about it, it kind of dropped off, and so we need to figure out a more strategy around it. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Gary Marion. Mr. Marion? That's not, Mr. Sean Smith is not here, right?
Hello.
All right, Mr. Marion, where are you?
He's online.
Online,
Right
thank
here.
you. All right.
Thank you.
We all set?
We are all set. You're speaking, and from the speaker, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm a 62-year-old disabled veteran who suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. And on November 14th, 2020, I was ambushed on my property by my neighbor, his son, and 2 other individuals as I was returning home sitting in my car in my driveway. What I want to talk about is racial bias continuing with CMP, the police department. After the assault, I stumbled over to my neighbor's house to make a phone call because my phone was stolen. I was sure CMPD would arrive and make an arrest based on the facts. I was wrong. All the officers that arrived were white, treated the incident as if it was just a bunch of black guys that had a fight. Mind you, this was on my property. I wasn't even out my car yet. They ambushed me. They actually called the incident an affray, which is something they probably teach you. It's an old term. They is just something, an incident happened outside in public. Now, they walked across the street to question the people who attacked me, and they were told they didn't know anything about it. They stole my phone, and before I went to the hospital, I walked 2 houses over to my property to explain to the police officers what happened. My 2 vehicles damaged. I had evidence they left clothing on my property, and I eventually went to the hospital. The next day I was surprised because the police report didn't have any of the information that I spent more time talking about what happened to me than the amount of time it took for them to give me a fractured jaw. I have vertigo, and I had been whacked several times with different objects and brass knuckles. In a 2-year span, I made 20 calls to CMPD. In 2020, I made 8. 2020, no community service officers came to the community to talk about any of the things that were happening to me. I had a no contact order on my guy, my neighbor, right next door, and he had his people assault me across the street out of retaliation. And if I was white and said, an African-American man, 5'11", wore black jeans, a blue coat, he assaulted me, they would have arrested whoever fit the description. Here I am on my own property across the street from the people who assaulted me, and no arrest was made. There were 12 additional calls made to the police from my phone. I have those records in 2021. It took 11 months for the community service officers to come talk to the people that I've been in fear of my life from. 11 months. It's bad enough I have to wait
Mr.
for
Marion?
court proceedings because of COVID.
Mr. Marion?
Court proceedings have been
Miss-
pushed to April.
Mr. Marion, your 3 minutes are up. And what I want to do first is say thank you for your service to our country. As a veteran, we really appreciate our veterans in our community, and we will get Mr. Can
We did everything possible to share my
Ms. Jackson, can he hear us? Okay. Mr. Marion, I want to say thank you for your service to our country. I would also like to say that we will have a follow-up on this request that you are making tonight for us to look into the procedures that took place on November the 14th, 2020. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ukamia Anike.
Ukamaka.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Is she here? Okay. Our next speaker is online, Joseph Latimer. Oh, you're here, present. Okay, I'm sorry. My note said online. Come on down.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Joseph Latimer. I'm representing Rise Charlotte, a small business I'd like to introduce today to the City of Charlotte. As we grow, we're looking for partnership. We're a small-scale electric mobility platform with the mission to give each ride. Our mission is to have Rise Charlotte exist to provide a safe, reliable, entertaining, and transport option one person at a time. We do this with electric low-speed vehicles, LSV vehicles, to transport between 5 to 14 persons. And our goal right now is to subscribe and get our subscription service out to the public, where you're able to ride an electric vehicle, electric shuttle bus, for less than $1 a day with a subscription service that's going to operate on the North Tryon Artery from the Central Business District down to the South End area. That's a pilot, and this will be unlimited rides with the subscription service we'd like to introduce. We also provide tours, and we do event shuttling. We're looking for partnerships for event shuttling, community support, and other ventures within the city. We also are targeting our uptown residents, as we know the traffic and the congestion options for mobility options in the city. We're looking to support those with the Green Energy Initiative, and we know initiatives right now to support shifting the city buses over to electric vehicles. We're also in support of that, as we're already shifting to electric vehicles. We operate once again on North Tryon and main artery of North Tryon. We do have the plan is to utilize some technology proprietary developed, where we're just kind of using some digital QR codes to give you that ability to hop on the bus with the unlimited rides. One benefit about Ride Charlotte is we're going to be operating during the times that really no one is doing right now, which is in the night hours on the Saturday, and Fridays and Saturdays between 2 and 3. It's a lot of winds there, especially as it gets cold. We'll be providing sheltered enclosed rides for a lot of the community, and hopefully with some heat options. But there's a lot of security in that. We get a lot of feedback from our female members of the community and our vulnerable members of the community, as well as we support ADA in some instances with our vehicles having extended platforms to support those in need of transportation options. So letting you know that that's out there with Ride Charlotte. Once again, we'll be out there. We also, once again, support the tours. We have family and group tours that start as low as $20 and $30. So I'm really excited to introduce Ride Charlotte to the community. You can find us at ride-charlotte.com and check us out there. We're in beta testing now. We hope to launch our product and see us uptown. We've already got the first permitted LSV vehicles done through the city of Charlotte with the PV8 licensing, and we're licensed and insured, which we're really excited about, and fitted a lot of money invested. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Latimer, thank you for joining the new economy around electric vehicles and helping us meet our goals around climate change. So, and it's exciting, and you said it several times, but we're excited to have you in our business, in our center city, and look forward to your growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is David Leonardi. And Mr. Leonardi will be followed by Bradley Blair.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm here to speak about the Innovation District Infrastructure Reimbursement Agreement. My name is David Leonardi. I'm a District 2 resident, 13-year member and field representative for Local 421 Plumbers and Pipe Fitters. Local 421 is a membership of 1,200 that perform within the pipe trades craft across the Carolinas. We have a 5-year Department of Labor registered apprenticeship program where individuals receive on-the-job and classroom training at no cost while earning a negotiated wage and paid benefits that cover the worker and their family. These wages, benefits, and training are all provided by the contractor on behalf of each member. Our apprentices advance from year to year, working under the supervision of a journey worker and attending class instruction where they learn skills relevant to the trade and apply them in the field. Upon successful completion of the apprenticeship program, they will advance to journey worker classification, where they will give back in the form of instruction to incoming apprentices. Our members live and work in the Charlotte area and put the wages they earn back into the local and state economy. We are pipe trades, craft persons by day, parents, instructors, mentors, coaches, and members of various religious and community organizations in our off time. We work hard to provide for our families and appreciate our contractors that pay living wages and make full contributions to our health and retirement benefits. We believe that any person that desires a career in pipe trades or already has experience in the craft deserves and has the right to these very same benefits that our membership receive. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. You see, my job is to represent workers, union and non-union, and to fight for fair wages and benefits for the workers who don't have representation. Many who I found make significantly less in hourly wages, receive significantly less or nothing at all in health care and retirement benefits, either because they're unaffordable based on the worker's hourly pay rate or simply because the employer doesn't offer them. Others have been purposely misclassified by employers, resulting in underpaid wage rates on Davis-Bacon prevailing wage jobs, non-payment of overtime rates, etc. According to the Department of Labor, over $36 million in back wages were paid in 2021 to construction workers alone. These are just a few of the issues that organized labor fights against on behalf of workers everywhere. The various trade representatives that will speak tonight will bring a consistent message forth. We are a workforce of local skilled labor that are trained to perform various scopes of work in the construction industry. We take pride in our respective crafts and have built our careers on blood, sweat, and tears. Our training is the best in the industry and produces skilled craftspeople that perform quality construction in the Charlotte area as well as across the United States. Our contractors have a disadvantage when bidding on projects because they pay living wages and benefits and are often underbid by contractors who offer nothing more than a wage to local workers or a wage and a per diem to out-of-state workers that won't invest in the local economy. Moving forward, we ask that local politicians take a closer look at utilizing organized labor on projects that are funded, subsidized with taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Bradley Blair. Mr. Blair.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Blair.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, ladies and gentlemen of the council and fellow community members of Charlotte Mecklenburg, my name is Brad Blair. It's good to be here. I'm here tonight wearing two hats. I am not only blind, lifelong and totally, I am also a teacher of folks who are blind. I work throughout this city and beyond, teaching folks with visual impairments the skills of safe and efficient travel. The jargon word in my field is orientation and mobility. In fact, this afternoon, I was just on Independence Boulevard teaching somebody how to play with 6 lanes of traffic. You should try it sometime. Now, Charlotte's got a problem, ladies and gentlemen. The problem is that the city of Charlotte is expanding more rapidly than the physical infrastructure can keep up with. Okay? Specifically, Charlotte has need of more bus stops. More bus stops. I have clients in the city of Charlotte who live in transportation deserts. Clients who live more than the ADA stipulated 3/4 of a mile from a bus stop, and as a result are not able to access either a fixed route bus or the special transportation service paratransit door-to-door service. Right? Won't come to their home. They don't live in the area. Got a map, they're over the line, too bad. Okay? Wrong answer, my friends. I have clients who cannot leave their homes safely because they are not covered by transportation, unless they have a spouse or unless they are willing and able to pay the money needed to take a rideshare service. Again, I say, wrong answer. Okay? Now, there are a number of physical environmental accessibility features we could be talking about, but I'm going to focus on those bus stops because 3 minutes isn't a whole lot of time. All right? We need more bus stops, which means greater access to the city for the non-driving members of this community, which also means greater mandatory coverage by the Special Transportation Service for those who require door-to-door service, and not all of them are blind. Believe me, they're not. I'm here for all the non-driving public, because as the city expands, it's leaving non-drivers behind. When you widen a street, you have to take away something, all right? Usually it's a sidewalk, etc. So in my closing remarks, I want to call for a public meeting on this topic. I want a public hearing. I want the mayor there. I want the Transportation Planning Committee there, and I want the traffic engineers there. I also want folks there who are just like me, who don't drive, okay? I'm not jumping in my car and leaving here tonight, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. I want to thank you for what you're doing in our community. And we all agree with you. We need more bus stops. We need more ways for people that are non-drivers, and we're working toward it. So keep that in mind. I don't know about this public meeting, though. We'll just have to wait and see about that for a minute, okay? All right, we'll get back to you on that. All right, our next speaker is Dominique Harris. Mr. Harris, followed by Michael Ross. Mr. Harris?
Hey, how y'all doing?
I'm good. Mr. Harris, you have 3 minutes, and you're
All right.
virtual.
10-4. All right, so I don't know if y'all know this, but Charlotte, the city of Charlotte, got a problem holding on to employees, especially here in Charlotte Water. I work on the valve truck. That's a small truck, but it got a big responsibility. Now, I've been taken off this truck, I don't know how many times, in order to assist on a large construction crew, sometimes leading that crew without getting the proper pay that I would deserve for having that skill. Now, that happens too many cases, and not because of COVID. It's been happening, I say, for the whole time I've been a city employee, and that's going back 7 years. It's something that y'all got to do, and it's some solutions that we delivered to you over the years through our budget meetings, to meet, confer with city managers, those where we don't have on an annual basis. We only have those meetings whenever we raise enough fuss. I mean, we should be meeting every year. Y'all should be talking to us on a regular to discuss what employees need so we don't run into these hurdles over and over and over again. We don't got enough people working here. We need people here. Temps can be utilized in certain areas of the city, but over in Charlotte Water, only thing you'll bring a temp in the door for is to look at me work. So that ain't going to solve nothing. What we can do is move to things like we were talking about last year, the year before that, and the year before that, like a step pay program. I say if the step pay program helping you keep police and fire workers in the city, it'll help you keep other workers in the city too. You know what I'm saying? Extended benefits. I mean, up the pay, for Christ's sakes. It's a shame that $18 that y'all plan on moving the pay up to, starting pay up to next year, that's a start, but it really ain't even enough to still live in the city that we work in. $22 to get it, because you know the rent keep on going up and up and up. Our city is expanding. If we're not able to keep employees here to work in this city, the contractors are only going to be able to do so much. I like what my man said. He got these organized contractors, and that's a good way to go. You're going to have, now, if we can go that way, that'll be a nice way. That'll be a nice thing to do. But bring these other contractors in where they ain't paying these people nothing, where they don't really do any strenuous background checks, so you don't know who working in front of what school, where. You don't know what's going on with that. What we need to do is get these people in. We need to pay them good, give them proper benefits, upgrade the benefits. Starting pay here in the city of Charlotte is competing with McDonald's. That should have you worried, right? Whenever McDonald's can employ somebody in what the city of Charlotte pays. We should be the highest paid workers in the city. And then y'all talk about corridors of opportunity. You're an employer. You know what I'm saying? You are an employer. If you can't provide opportunity for the city of Charlotte, then who can? You know what I'm saying? If you can't afford, give opportunity to the people on Beresford Road and other corridors, then who can?
Mr. Harris, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. I think the manager will respond to the issues about the staffing. We understand this is a national and local phenomenon that's going on right now. All right, so we have another virtual speaker, Michael Ross. Mr. Ross.
Hello?
Hello. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Ross. Is he going to be able to join us? Mr.
I'm
Ross.
trying.
We hear you. We can hear. Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes to speak. Now we can't hear you.
Hear you either.
All right.
Hold on.
Okay, we're ready. Mr. Ross, we're ready for you to speak.
Okay, I'm trying to get to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yes, my name is Michael Ross. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Manager and City Council members. I am also a City of Charlotte worker, and I am just here to say that we work diligently every day out there. Construction workers are working 16 to 17 hours on a daily basis, basically. Out there making sure that you have water to have your coffee and take your baths and showers in the mornings. And then when we work those 16 to 17 hours and our bodies are wore down, the next morning, we can't come to work. Those hours that we worked overtime are now taken to put as straight hours for the day that we took off. So we work those 16 hours straight for straight pay. And we're asking that you guys consider doing anything after 8 hours in a 24-hour period that we can have that as overtime and not take that pay back from us. We're also working what we call leak blitz and cleaning blitz, where we go out and we have to work on Saturdays and Sundays. We're not asked to do it, we're told to do it. And then if we take a day off during the week, 8 hours of our overtime is taken from that also. So we're asking you guys take a look at that. We're not demanding it, we're asking you if you could just take a look and see where you can change that policy. Because we are the ones that make sure that you can take that shower in the morning, get there, you could use the restroom. Also, we're opting for our street maintenance and our garbage people, all of those departments, your city workers. I was listening earlier, you guys were talking about all this money that you have, but you're not compensating the people that are doing what needs to be done so that you can have the lifestyle that you need. So we're asking you just please take a look at that and compensate your city workers.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Ross. The manager will look into that policy and look at how that compares to other communities and what we need to do here. All right, our next speaker is Thomas Young, followed by Craig Brown. And Mr. Young? Is Mr. Brown also here? Craig Brown? All right, Mr. Young, you get to bring us home.
Council, I come here tonight and the department set the bar high for this COVID, this epidemic, and everyone did their job. Everyone did a wonderful job. From our directors, from our safety team, everyone did. Supervisor did a wonderful job. Make sure we had everything we need. Couldn't have did it. I mean, it's kind of hard. It hurt a lot of people. This COVID really did hurt a lot of people. But one thing about our department, we stand tall and we stand strong. Not one day we didn't give up. We gave everything we had every day, and to today we still doing the same thing. We keep getting it, keep digging hard. And our department, one thing we want the public to know, that we will not let COVID win. We must continue to work hard for our city. Keep this garbage, keep this yard waste, keep uptown clean so that people can come uptown, enjoy the scenery, and know that solid waste service is top. If I don't see y'all no more this year, I wish y'all a happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. Thank you. It's always good to see you. You always bring joy. All right, Mr. Young, I think that is our last speaker, unless, again, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown here. All right, that ends our public forum. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda items, and all the consent agenda items have been reviewed or included in our budget and may be considered in one motion for the items unless someone, and I spoke earlier with all the council members and there was no one that had an exception or an item to be pulled separately, except the staff has asked to pull item 43 for consideration later in the year. All right, so do I have a motion to adopt the consent items 26 through 44 with the exception of 43?
So moved.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. We are going to still have to do roll call voting. So our first Councilmember Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, are you still? I think we're on some other screen, Ms. Jackson. Okay, I'll come back. Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Newton? All right. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so that motion passes. The next item that we have is, we have a public hearing. Or do we have a public hearing? And we have a speaker for that public hearing. Okay, we are now going to consider on item number 9. A public hearing to receive public comment on the Center City 2040 Vision Plan. Before we do that, we'll have a recommendation or a overview by the committee chair, Mayor Pro Tem Isel, with Transportation Planning and Environment, and you'll introduce the staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Center City 2040 Vision Plan updates our prior Center City Vision Plans, including the vision, goals, and focus areas to reflect the changing dynamic in the Center City. The plan focuses on the area within the Center City, the municipal service district boundary in Council Districts 1, 2, and 3, and was created by compiling extensive input from the Center City leaders, the business owners, residents, and other stakeholders. It envisions a Center City that is inclusive, resilient, and diverse. The project management team held multiple public meetings and facilitated several steering committee meetings throughout the process, and beginning in late summer of 2019 and continuing through 2020. The team had several rounds of engagement that included pop-up events, a mobility summit, the Innovators Action Forum, and library branch outreach events, all that during COVID. And the outreach included an online community meeting in November 2020. The plan includes a refreshed vision statement along with goals and implementation strategies to achieve that vision. And the plan includes 10 focus areas, including inside and adjacent to the Uptown Charlotte, including Second Ward, the Blue Line and the Silver Line crossings, Tryon Street, Brevard Street, and the Foundry District Cedar Yards. And with that, I'm going to introduce our staff resources, Assistant City Manager Taiwo Jaiwoba.
All right, Mr. Jaiwoba.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Mayor, Councilor Manager Jones. Here tonight with my colleague, Michael Smith, the Chief Executive Officer of Center City Partners, to set the stage as you receive comments from the public on the draft Center City 2040 Vision Plan. I believe that Mayor Pro Tem summarized the process and how we got to where we are today. So we'll try to make our presentation brief so there's enough time for you to receive public comments. At the meeting on October 25th, the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee referred this plan so that you could hear more about what the community thinks of the blueprint, which provides a bold, big picture, unifying vision for the growth and development of our urban core, which is defined by the project study area. Next slide, please. That study area includes Uptown and the immediately surrounding neighborhoods, roughly the first 2-mile ring from the intersection of Trade and Tryon Streets. I'd like to also note that this effort is a partnership between Center City, the City of Charlotte, and Mecklenburg County, not only a partnership in terms of our working arrangement, but also jointly funded by the three organizations. In June of this year, Council adopted the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan. Think about this Center City 2040 plan as a type of community area plan for that 2-mile radius of Center City area. We even went as far as retaining the services of the same consultant, MIG, not only to work on the comprehensive plan, the 2040 comprehensive plan, but also to work on this all-in 2040 plan as well. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Michael Smith to explain what the vision plan is and how these efforts have become powerful tools for our community's growth and success. So Michael, and then at the end of it, we'll have public comments.
Thank you, Ty, for the partnership. Mayor and Council, it's a pleasure to be with you to share some of the work that our community has done in putting together the plan that's going to be commented on this evening. And to speak to you about a plan that reflects the community's ideas, what they've told us is important to them, and the kind of center city that they aspire to have and develop across the next 2 decades. Next slide, please. The vision plans, they're high-level concepts that help us inspire city-building decisions. The Center City Plan also includes distinct strategies, projects, and programs that will help us achieve some shared community goals. Overall, we believe this plan will be remembered for 3 particular items: ensuring that equity is key in decision-making and investments in our center city, building out and improving our mobility network, and supporting the evolution of our center city neighborhoods beyond the CBD to incredible, complete neighborhood centers and more complete places. Next slide, please. Charlotte-Mecklenburg's legacy of visionary planning for the growth and development of our center city has contributed to the community's recipe for success. And we have an incredible tailwind at our backs. A lot has changed in the past decade, and we are a different city. Since then, as the census has confirmed, thousands upon thousands of people continue to come to our community, making Charlotte their home, bringing new ideas, opportunities, and challenges with them. And even though past plans were rooted in our community's values, not everyone benefited from the growth. We've learned that we cannot solely count on free market forces to meet our commitments to equity. We need to focus on more purposeful, inclusive, and intentional growth. It's for that reason that this approach to this plan is different from the past. For example, there are 90 discrete recommendations in the plan that focuses on issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The vision plan we'll discuss today builds on Charlotte's momentum while addressing challenges head-on to create greater opportunity for more people to prosper. Next slide. So how was the plan created? The draft plan's vision and recommendations are built on the foundation of what we heard from the community, their values, their hopes, and their aspirations. That we heard through our engagement efforts. From the beginning, we wanted to meet people where they were, attending events and festivals across the county, making sure we engaged with people from a variety of backgrounds and cultures. Even after COVID hit and we began to experience the reckoning of national social injustices, we continued to virtually engage with stakeholders, community advocates, neighborhood groups, gathering a wealth of ideas. Then the consultants and project team incorporated those perspectives into the draft plan document that you and the community are here to talk about tonight. Next slide, please. The document was released in July. The public was invited to review and comment on the plan. During a 7-week review period, we encouraged feedback by publicizing it through media stories and interviews, direct email to subscribers and followers, social media, and by making hard copies available at our 11 main library branches. When we released the draft document, we reminded the community that this was not a finished product and that we needed to hear from them what they liked, what they felt could be improved, and for their suggestions on other ways that would help shape our center city's growth. The community has cared about this effort, which is demonstrated by the many individuals that have weighed in on the plan. In addition to the comments we received online and through emails, the team also met and asked for feedback from various stakeholder groups, neighborhood groups, and advocates, such as the Northwest Corridor Council of Elders, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders, the Tuesday Morning Breakfast Forum, Charlotte East, and North End Partners, just to name a few. All the feedback was reviewed by the project team and the consultants, and through this process, we uncovered new recommendations and revisions that were summarized and posted on the website. The process made the plan better. Next slide. So what's next? Looking ahead, the path we are on towards your consideration for potentially adopting this plan includes, on the next slide, the Planning Committee considering referral of the plan to full council for action, potentially at your meeting on December 13th. And after adoption, we will seek endorsement of the plan by the Board of County Commissioners. Again, thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing what the community has to share this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right. Any other comments, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, and just to clarify that, the action was to receive the public comments tonight, which we will with our public speakers, and then council will be asked to vote on whether that we will accept the following recommendation at a future meeting. Thank you.
All right, so we have several speakers signed up. Most are virtual. We'll go according to our list. Our first speaker is Jennifer Appleby, and then Martin Zimmerman will be virtual. So we'll keep going from there.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles and Council. My name is Jennifer Appleby, and I am here to show my full support for the 2040 Center City Vision Plan. As co-chair of the incredibly talented and engaged steering committee, I believe our project and planning team has captured the voices and diverse aspirations and perspectives and dreams and priorities of our community and have worked very hard to achieve our goals of building on the momentum of decades of bold and imaginative ideas. I believe this plan also reflects our goals of being even more intentional about enhancing, developing, and growing in a way that creates opportunity for all, gives everyone a sense of belonging, and invites all to participate and share in the success of our center city. Our theme from day one was all in, with inclusivity being a key focus area. While none of us could ever have imagined that a global pandemic would disrupt our world and this important work, I believe it clearly showcased a need for us to pause, reevaluate, and work even harder to reimagine and prioritize our strategies and focus areas. And I can tell you that everyone involved in this plan was all in on doing what was best and right for our citizens and their center city. As the owner of a thriving business that depends on highly skilled creative talent, I also know this plan will help us and many other businesses like mine continue to attract and retain diverse young talent looking for a thriving and resilient and welcoming and open city with an urban core that has parks and green spaces, innovative mobility, safe and healthy neighborhoods, cool and inspirational gathering spaces, and entertainment districts filled with art and food and music being created and performed by beautifully diverse local artists and creatives who feel welcome, supported, and right at home here. And lastly, as the proud mama of 2 young daughters who will soon choose where to live after college, this plan has the promise of a thoughtful, bold, inclusive, and continued commitment to development and growth for future generations. And I hope they will choose to put down their roots, start their careers, and raise their families here, as I did over 25 years ago. I was honored to be part
Thank you very much.
of this work.
Ms.
Thank you all very much.
All right, you can leave additional comments with the city clerk. All right. Our next speaker is Martin Zimmerman, who is
Yes.
on virtually. Yes, we can hear you. You go ahead and start, Mr. Zimmerman.
Great.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And thank you for to the previous speaker for her vote of confidence for this plan and the interesting anecdote at the end. I enjoyed that. As many of you on council know, especially the members of the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders Group, of which I'm a member of the steering committee, has worked very hard over the last 2 years to bring climate change to the fore in this plan. We spent a lot of time specifically on parking issues, but there are many, many other issues that we attempted, and with some success, some considerable success, to work closely with the planning team for the plan, and we appreciate all the collaboration that's gone on. We especially thank the members of the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee, and we're sorry to hear that both Matt Newton and Julie Eiselt are not running for office again, and we applaud their work and their support of our efforts. I have 3 very quick items I thought I would mention to you. The first, which Eric Zavero will be talking about in a couple minutes, is the parking itself. We're very happy that there are parking maximums now with the help of the Planning Commission, but I do want to emphasize that another corollary goal is to reduce parking in the center city, especially in Uptown and South End and other core areas that already have or will have greater implementation of the transit system and a variety of multimodal connections that are coming to the fore in the years ahead. So I want to underscore that idea as point number 1. Point number 2 is chapter 7 of the plan, which outlines an implementation framework. There hasn't been much discussion about this. We applaud the idea of a comprehensive implementation framework as stated in the plan between professionals and stakeholders. However, we do have a caveat, which is we think that the leadership for that implementation process really belongs with the city rather than with the business community. We think that will assure the collaboration between all parties. It will assure coordination with the UDO, with the strategic mobility plan, and other city sponsored initiatives. So we're looking forward to that happening, and we're looking forward to the city taking the primary lead on that. And the third item is the hybrid issue. We pushed hard to get attention in the plan for what we think, and I think a lot of other people think, is the inevitable switch.
Your time is up. Mr. Zimmerman, your time is up. So thank you for your comments. If you want to send an email to us with the remainder of your comments, we would certainly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is former Mayor Jennifer Roberts. Welcome back, Mayor.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Good to see my friends, and great to be able to speak to this item tonight. So I am also in support of the Charlotte Center City 2040 Vision Plan. I want to thank Center City Partners for adding to the draft plan that they had based on conversations with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg climate leaders on things such as mitigating urban heat. Our city is full of dark, impervious surfaces, roofs and pavement that make a warming climate even worse. And so the draft added smart surfaces as a goal to counter this. I would underscore the need to prioritize low-income areas of the city and neighborhoods with shade structures, trees, reflective surfaces to make sure that equity stays a focus of this plan. And equity needs to be centered in every area. So even looking at upgrading bus shelters, parks and greenways, energy efficiency and weatherization, other amenities, to prioritize the low-income Black and brown neighborhoods that we know are within that 2-mile radius. They have been formally redlined and disinvested, and this is a way for us to correct that. I'm also happy to see the parking maximums Transportation demand management, the county ran a successful program with the private sector when I was the county commission chair. So reach out to the county for help on that. And finally, a word on parking decks, whether for a library or a medical school. Public money should not be supporting parking deck construction in the center city. We have plenty of transit options, and they send the wrong signal to our state and federal partners about our commitment to sustainability, to transit, and to a low carbon future. You know, cities around the country are having to look at adaptive reuse of parking decks that have become obsolete. So we should show our funding partners we're serious about transit and transportation options, or the grants might go elsewhere. So in conclusion, I am in support of the Charlotte Center City Vision Plan 2040, but I hope that you will not dedicate our public tax money to private parking decks. Thanks so much for Center City Partners' work on this, and for all of you for looking forward to 2040 to a climate-friendly, equitable future for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mayor. All right, our next speaker is Clay Armbruster. Good to see the president of our HBCU, Johnson C. Smith University. Thank you for being down here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Clarence D. Clay Armbruster, President of Johnson C. Smith University. I had the distinct honor and privilege of serving as co-chair of the Center City Vision Plan Steering Committee, along with my great friend Jennifer Appleby, from whom you heard earlier, the Chief Creative Officer of Ray Ward. This insightful committee of residents with diverse backgrounds from all over the county was a sounding board to test ideas, to challenge assumptions, and to contribute possible strategies. In fact, it was a steering committee member who offered one of our most prolific guiding principles, which is the need to, quote, invest in underinvested neighborhoods, end quote. Charlotte has a downtown that we can be proud of due to the high aspirations and determination of our people. And it is a dynamic place, due in part to a long tradition of creating a vision plan in the 60s to guide its growth. We've changed a lot since City Council adopted the last vision plan in 2011. Now, many new citizens, like me, call Charlotte home. We also have different priorities, and so it was time to uncover the community's new vision for what their center city should be in 2040. This plan needed to be responsive to these changes and focus on addressing the needs of residents from all walks of life. Specifically, through the plan's engagement efforts, we learned that it was important to the community to continue to build out our transit system, to add more public space, affordable housing, variety in shopping, and museums and cultural offerings. But we also heard that building the city doesn't involve just bricks and mortar. It's also about how the evolution of the urban core should be more equitable and provide opportunity up to and support all of our residents so that they can benefit from Charlotte's growth and prosperity. So, does the plan reflect the kind of place the community envisions in 20 years? I think it does. If we can implement many of the plan's recommendations, we will be able to, 1, provide new integrated and accessible mobility options, 2, deliver essential services and amenities to neighborhoods, especially in underserved areas, 3, build in more sustainable ways that benefit people and the planet, and 4, better promote and support local talent, creatives, and small businesses. And finally, working together, given all the innovative thinking, ideas, and collective commitment that we have here in Charlotte, we can make sure that everyone who lives here now, as well as generations to come, can thrive and have access to all that our city and region has to offer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eric Zavarro. Mr. Zavarro, you are virtual.
Yes, I am virtual, Mayor. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Eric Zavarro. Tonight, I'm going to give you an update. Last month, I spoke to you all during a public forum about the vision plan. I'll cut out some of the repetitive stuff from my colleagues. mentioned already earlier, but we're very supportive of the updated language that was made in the document in section 2D-2 that eliminates parking minimums for new development and establishes parking maximums as defined by the Unified Development Ordinance. We're happy to also see some changes in that goal too, that adds priority to active transportation projects that will raise in the share of trips taken other than car. And the mode shared pyramid graphic that they added will quickly communicate and visualize the goal of decreasing single occupancy vehicle trips. Other welcomed new additions we support are the mobility as a service and modernizing the fare structure within the center city, which makes it more equitable. These changes will work in conjunction with the off-street parking maximums to increase social equity, raise the quality of life, and reduce our carbon footprint. We still have to stress that Charlotte needs to go a little further, especially when it comes to parking. We need a comprehensive parking plan for the region, our community and neighborhood activity centers, TOD districts that are close, that back up to our single-family housing. That is missing, and we need that comprehensive plan in conjunction, could be in conjunction with the UDO, could be part of the strategic mobility plan, whatever its own item, but it's something the city needs, and it would reduce the friction between residents and developers that occur at every rezoning meeting. One other last suggestion with the city vision plan is that maybe it should be a little bit less about visioning and more about the community area planning and the mapping process that was called for in the 2040 comprehensive plan and the implementation section. I think that would fit perfectly with Center City Partners' goals and get a jump start on that planning process and benefit the uptown and surrounding neighborhoods. I will send you the rest of my words, save you tonight so we can move a little bit further, make our nights a little bit shorter, but I want to thank Center City Partners, city staff for making these changes, especially the parking maximums. Thank you very much. Have a good night and a happy holiday.
Thank you, Eric. All right, our next speaker is Tina Castanos.
I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, say yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tina Castanos. I currently serve as the chair of the Climate Reality Project Charlotte chapter, the co-chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg NAACP Environmental Justice Committee, and the chair of the North Carolina State NAACP Environmental Justice Committee. I also work with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders and the City of Charlotte Citizen CF working groups. Most importantly, I am a mother, and I'm here to represent for the future of my son, Leo, and the future of all of our children. I'm here to voice support for the 2040 Vision Plan. This Vision Plan makes up for the crucial gaps within the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, especially with regard to our current climate emergency. Whereas I support all of the goals outlined in the 2040 Vision Plan, I would tonight like to specifically address Goal 6, resilient low-carbon neighborhoods. The strategies for obtaining this goal are truly innovative for a city like Charlotte. Creating resilient innovation districts is a strategy that has true potential to reinvigorate historically marginalized and disproportionately low-income BIPOC communities. West Charlotte could really benefit from this if it is implemented correctly and with necessary provisions to safeguard the homes of its long-standing residents. I would also like to highlight recommendation 6B-3, which calls for leveraging private resources for attainment of this goal. To be clear, individual taxpayers and nonprofits contribute the least to the climate crisis. The wealthy corporate entities headquartered in Center City are among those who have contributed the most to our current climate crisis. And current systems of governance on a national and local scale have enabled this. It is time for corporations to pay their fair share for mitigating climate change. I hope that folk more diplomatic than me, like the City Council and the City Manager, can begin to cultivate new types of relationships and partnerships with these entities so that they rise to the occasion of genuine and impactful corporate climate social responsibility. Given the recent IPCC report over the summer, given the recent Code Red for Humanity alert issued by those climate scientists, clearly we are nearly out of time for lessening the harmful impacts of climate change that are happening right now. I encourage.
Thank you very much for the comments. If you would like to send additional comments into by email, we would certainly appreciate it. Thank you. Our next speaker is Daisha Williams, and Daisha Williams is virtual as well.
Hi, this is Deja Williams. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the 2040 plan. I'm the Environmental Justice Manager for an organization called Clean Air NC. And our organization has been partnering with the Historic West End since 2016 to understand and provide solutions towards the disproportionate impact of air pollution within the community. And we've done this through many efforts, but our most recent being collaborating with the West End leaders to implement a green district within the community, to bring benefits of green spaces through increased health benefits, improved air quality, and climate resiliency. On that note, it's really encouraging to hear council members tonight express the need and importance of investing within the West End, as well as seeing this highlighted within the plan, especially at a crucial time for the West End, who is experiencing disproportionate health impacts from air pollution and other sources of pollution, in part because of the urban landscape we live in, but also, as former Mayor Roberts touched upon, because of the history of redlining and restrictive covenants that have shaped the experiences of residents in the area. And this has shown itself through persistent patterns of distributions of pollution and unwanted land uses. And this obviously jeopardizes health and safety of residents of the West End, while they're also being compounded with issues of displacement and other socioeconomic concerns addressed within 2040. And I mention this because this acknowledgement of disparate impacts in terms of health is where I feel the plan falls short. I just want to mention I do support it overall, but I do believe that the plan could benefit from including more measures that address the disparate and cumulative health burdens that are associated with pollution driven by rapid development in Charlotte that primarily impact the West End. And this needs to be addressed through all the goals, but specifically in goals 4 and 6, which aim to address health, but do not address disparate impacts that drive these health concerns. Within this, it's also recommended that the city and planners continue to work intimately with the West End, not only to incorporate the items outlined in this plan, but also to understand the health challenges and other challenges their community faces and work to just actively improve the social determinants of health. And, you know, I just want to say it's really outstanding to see the efforts made to include the community input. I don't think I've ever seen something like it before, but this effort definitely needs to be extended after this process to ensure that these goals are actually being met. So yeah, with all of that, I just thank the Center City partners for their continued efforts on this plan and for adding recommendations such as smart services by climate leaders, which address some of the things I've touched upon. I know this is not an easy feat, but I just really hope that we can use this opportunity to finally uplift those in our city that we've continued to leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Deja. I'm sorry I mispronounced your name. I just did not remember the name correctly, so my apologies. Our next speaker is Tom Wilson.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles and City Council. My name is Tom Wilson. I'm the Vice President of North End Partners. I'm here this evening to ask you for your support. and funding for 2 project proposals that we hope to improve the quality of life here in Charlotte. The Board of Directors of North End Partners supports Charlotte Center City's Vision 2024 plan as presented to the November 3rd board meeting of North End Partners held in the library of Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School. The plan includes Queens Park. This proposed park, as described by our past president, Tony Kuhn, and the executive director of the Friends of Queen Park, Eric Spelling, as they describe it as a beautiful, pedestrian-friendly park to be utilized and enjoyed by all people of Charlotte. The second thing that we want to bring your attention, North End Partners would like to thank Center City Partners, University City Partners for joining our support of the mayor's plan, which allows safe crossing at the intersection of North Tryon and Eastway Drive so that children from Hidden Valley Elementary and Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School can have better access to the new $35 million Eastway Regional Recreation Center. The mayor, with her strong background in budget office, steered us away from spending millions of dollars on a pedestrian bridge. She suggested that the skyrocketing construction cost, it would be more cost effective and budget friendly for us to look at having the city engineering department configure the traffic lights to make them more accommodating to pedestrians crossing at that intersection. North End Partners hopes the City Council will give both of these full support and funding to move forward together from Center City through North End and out to the university area. With all due respect, Tom Wilson, Vice President of North End Partners, November 22nd, 2020.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Thank you for the kind words. Our next speaker is Ronald Ross. Mr. Ross is virtual.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Ross. Please
Okay.
begin.
Good evening. I'm Ronald Ross from, I'm the neighborhood president of Northwood Estates, which is located off of the Beatties Ford Road corridor. As part of this Center City Vision Plan, I would like to lift up recommendations in regards to goal number 2 for the easy accessible mobility section, which recommends the completion of phase 3 of the goal line, which is located in the West End, historic West End neighborhoods along the Beatties Ford Road corridor. I would also like to make recommendations to the goal 4, healthy, safe neighborhoods, and that would be to include and or establish resiliency hubs. These would be equipped and strategically located facilities within Center City communities to facilitate resources and information for community residents to address during normal day-to-day living concerns and needs, emergency situations such as disaster situations, healthcare, daycare, job training, financial counseling and assistance, legal counseling, and just community meeting accessibility for the community, all inclusive multi-purpose facilities to be located within the communities. And I am in agreement with goal 6 in regards to the resilient low carbon urban neighborhoods. I agree with those recommendations wholeheartedly. And I would like to reiterate that these ideas must be implemented in the grassroots communities that have been adversely affected by pollution from the highways, industrial facilities, trains, and the like that were purposely placed in or near my community and neighborhoods. I would like to briefly share an initiative amongst community leaders that are along with Clean Air NC, the efforts to create a historic West End Green District along the Beattysport Road corridor to improve air quality, reduce carbon emissions, and improve health within these communities. In late 2019, Mecklenburg County Commissioners directed an EPA regulatory monitor to be installed, which monitors particulate matter. And particulate matter causes asthma, heart disease, COPD, which is diseases are common in my community. This air quality monitor is located behind Friendship Missionary Baptist Church in the Sportsplex. We're pursuing ideas to implement strategic tree planting.
Mr. Ross, if you'll send the remaining portion of your comments to us by email, we would certainly appreciate that. And your 3 minutes is up, so thank you very much for participating in the public hearing tonight. All right, that is our last speaker on this item, and it was just a public hearing. The next step is that this report goes to the Planning Committee of the Planning Commission, and then it is scheduled for council review in December and county commission review in January. So
Motion to close the public hearing.
May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
And we have a second. And so now we have to close the public hearing with a roll call vote. So thank you very much. So, Mr. Bakari? Aye. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? All right, Ms. Watlington? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the Atrium Health Innovation District Infrastructure Reimbursement Agreements. There are two actions authorizing the manager to negotiate. I'm sorry.
We have to in the legislative agendas.
I missed our policy 10. Excuse me. 8.
11, 10.
Policy 10. Anyway, what is it? I'm sorry, we have two items that we need to do. First one is the city manager's report. We ordinarily do that earlier, and we missed it today, so we'll start with the city manager's report, and then we will follow that with the 2022 federal and state legislative agendas.
And Mayor and Council, I think we can make up a little bit of time that we lost in the action briefing. Two quick points, and Brent Cagle will talk a little bit about the COVID-19 update that we missed. And then Dana Fenton, as we start off with the federal and state legislative agendas, if it's fine with the two co-chairs, he can just talk a little bit about the Powell bill, and we can catch up to what we lost at the action briefing, if that's fine with you, Mayor.
Yes, that's works great.
Council. Okay, Brent Cagle, ACM.
Mayor and members of City Council, good evening. I am Brent Cagle, Assistant City Manager. Tonight I would like to give you a COVID-19 update. I will move through this quickly. This is an informational briefing, so I will try to move through this quickly. If there are any questions, happy to answer those, but I will try to keep this moving in the interest of time. Next slide. So tonight we're going to be talking about COVID-19 related programs. We will also be talking about OSHA federal contract, OSHA ETS or Emergency Temporary Standard, the federal contractor requirements, and our next steps. Next slide. Just a reminder of what we have done and what we are continuing to do. Again, I won't go through all of these, but I will say that these efforts combined have seen the city employees, our vaccination rate among city employees continues to rise even today. And that is a good trend because we do believe that more vaccinated city employees leads to safer employees and safer community that they serve. Next slide. The next slide, we'll move past that one. Okay, so there's really two things that I want to talk about tonight. There are 3 federal mandates for employees. One of them definitively does not apply to us. It is the CMS rule, which is the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So that one does not apply. However, OSHA ETS, or Emergency Temporary Standard 1910.501, applies to employers with over 100 employees. That one could or would apply to us if it becomes effective. And then Executive Order 14042 establishes a vaccine mandate for federal contractors. And again, this one would apply to us or the city in some circumstances where city employees are, under the federal definition, federal contractors. Now, it's important to mention that all 3 of these mandates or rules are currently under legal challenge. So these could change and they may end up not being enacted, but we are starting to make preparations for if and when they are enacted. The OSHA ETS, next slide. The OSHA ETS 1910.501. This is the OSHA Emergency Temporary Standard that I suspect many of you are familiar with, and it relates to vaccination, testing, and face coverings. In short, this OSHA requirement, or ETS, establishes what I'm going to call an either-or option for employers. You can either have a vaccine mandate, or you can allow unvaccinated employees to submit to weekly testing and show proof of a negative test on a 7-day basis or a weekly basis. So it's an either-or standard. It's also important to mention that many cities, in fact, Mecklenburg County, already has similar measures in place even without the OSHA ETS. Next slide. Federal contractor vaccine mandate. This is one that we don't see as much about on the news or get as much airplay in context of public employers, but the federal contractor vaccine mandate stems from Executive Order 14042, and it does not allow for either or. The executive order is very specific, and it is only a vaccine mandate for all employees that this covers, other than those with a medical or religious exemption, with an approved exemption. So that's the primary difference. Next slide. So who is affected? This, I'll let you read this, but it's basically any employee working on a covered contract, any employee working in a covered location. At this point, we have determined that we do have some employees who this mandate will apply to. Right now, at a minimum, it is employees who work at the airport, and they are, this is airport speak, they are employees who hold a secured identification display area, or SIDA badge. So that is not just aviation employees, it is any employees who are city employees who are stationed at the airport. Could be HR, definitely aviation, police and fire, to the extent that they are located at the airport and only at the airport. We estimate that that is somewhere around 200 or less unvaccinated employees based on our vaccination status numbers, right? Certainly more employees work at the airport than 200, but of the airport employees, about 200 remain unvaccinated based on our most current count. Next slide. Again, this goes into more of what I just said, so I'll move through. Next slide. What employees need to know. So this is really important. In December, starting effective almost immediately, the city will be providing more information to staff regarding new requirements via our Human Resources Department. We'll be sending out FAQs and having HR managers at the department level having these discussions with employees. We think that they need to know ahead of these requirements. The week of January 9th, we would anticipate that all unvaccinated city employees who are not also federal contractors or fall under the executive order will begin weekly testing. Who are unvaccinated, testing for COVID. And then the week of January 15th, they would be providing proof of their negative test as they come in for their first shift. The week of January 15th, and to be specific, on January 18th, all City of Charlotte employees who are federal contractors, as I mentioned, at this time, at a minimum, it is employees who hold a SIDA badge, will need to have submitted proof of vaccination to meet the federal contractor requirements. Now, I will say the caveat to that is we will continue working with the city attorney's office and others to determine if there are other city staff beyond SIDA badge holders that this federal contractor rule would apply to. And we will continue working with city departments to determine if there are other federal contracts that will include this provision at some point in the future. The reason I mention that is federal contracts, what we have been told, other than grant agreements, the federal government or federal agencies intend to include a vaccine mandate provision in all federal contracts other than grant agreements moving forward. Aviation was notified by the TSA as the first department, right? The first federal contract that's coming due. That contract expires and needs to be renewed on January 4th plus 14 days, which brings us to January 18th. I apologize. I know that was a lot of information to give you in a short amount of time, but I'm happy to take questions.
Mr. Cagle, how are you informing the employees, and are they having this kind of full briefing that they understand what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. So we will start immediately with communications to employees at the department level and individually with those employees so that they understand what's going on and which of these requirements that applies to them, and so that they have ample time. And we'll be working with department heads, especially Ms. Gentry, our aviation director, and the HR director to process requests for accommodation, reasonable accommodations, and also to evaluate if there may be some requests for transfers that we could or may be able to honor as we move forward. But that's why we thought it was so important to let you know tonight so that we can start having those conversations with employees really immediately.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thanks, Brent. I have a question. If you can go back to the slide with the January 9th, January 8th, 15th information. Well, we don't have it on our screen, but that's right. You were referencing all City of Charlotte employees. Of all the employees, of all the workers working at the airport, how many of them are City of Charlotte employees overall versus how many people are out there working?
Sure. So there are roughly 20 to 25,000 total employees at the airport. Of that, roughly 1,000 or so would constitute City of Charlotte employees, right? They receive their paycheck from the City of Charlotte. And that's primarily the aviation department, but again, that includes other department staff like police, fire, HR, technology, other departments as well.
So we're really talking about a very small percentage of the people that are out there that are coming in contact with travelers and whatnot every day, correct?
Yes, so of the employers, clearly American Airlines is by far the largest. Now, I will say the interesting thing about the federal contractor mandate, we are hearing about it a lot in context of the private sector. I think we're all aware that American Airlines, for example, has an employee vaccination mandate. The reason they have that is they're a federal contractor. They hold contracts with the federal government. So it's the same situation, just different employer.
So I guess I'm wondering about the other 24,000 really, to really understand how big of an impact this has. HMS, Sky Chef, they're, as we've learned through other issues that have come up at the airport, those folks are not City of Charlotte employees, but they're not federal contractors either, are they?
That is correct. And so legally, we continue to review with the city attorney's office what's referred to as the flow down for tenants and contractors of the federal contractors, subcontractors in effect. So we are still continuing to review the flow down, so to speak.
The flow down?
The flow down. So if it affects us, does it flow down to additional agreements with others like HMS Host or others? That analysis continues to be underway, but you are correct. It is not a given that a tenant like HMS Host would have this same requirement. However, there are many tenants like the airlines who will, by virtue of the airlines being federal contractors.
Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking about the people, and I've expressed my concerns about this before, being in the airport, a lot of them aren't wearing masks. And, you know, we keep hearing that you guys don't really have any way, much you can do about that except speak to their employers. So I don't know. I just am asking it because I think people have to understand really what we're talking about here is not a large percentage of people are going to be compelled to get vaccinated. But, you know, our airport's crowded. There's a lot of people out there. And it does concern me for the safety of travelers who have to follow federal mandates and wear masks and whatnot.
So I will say not by virtue of this agreement that affects our employees, City of Charlotte employees, but by virtue of other agreements, I believe that it is safe to say that the majority of employees at the airport will be federal contractors simply because the airlines themselves, the largest single employer out there, this does apply to. Not because of our contract with the TSA, but because of their contracts, American Airlines, their contracts with the federal government. And American Airlines constitutes somewhere around 12,000 or maybe slightly more employees at Charlotte. So they are by far the largest employer.
But some of those are contractors too, that they.
That is true. That is true.
Mr. Jones?
Yes, so thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you, Brent. I think there are two big takeaways. The first one is, I guess earlier this fall, I had mentioned to the Council that we would wait for the OSHA information to come down before we went to a different phase, the phase that we were in initially, as I guess people call it carrot or stick or whatever the terminology is. And so all those incentives, we have gone through that process, the last one being the healthy incentive, which we won't know until December the 1st how many individuals have signed up for that. So as far as the city is concerned, I'm going to try to separate this federal contractor piece for a moment. It's just that starting January, we're going to have, for those individuals who are not vaccinated, weekly tests. Okay, so that's the next step for the city. Then we have the separate issue, which is not just specific to us, but other cities across the country are dealing with this. We have been speaking with the city attorney's office, and I know that Patrick has several of his attorneys here today. I think it's safe to say that we have taken a narrow, I won't speak for you, Patrick. Okay, I'll try.
No,
okay.
go ahead.
We've taken a narrow look at this, a narrow definition, and as Brent has been saying tonight, it's been basically locked into those individuals who have a airport badge. And for those individuals, I just don't believe we have a choice other than, because we are in this agreement with TSA, the first one to come down, these individuals would have to be vaccinated. Did I kind of?
That's it, yes.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I had two questions. Are there any departments in the city that would be held to a different standard than the federal, such as police or fire? Is that going to be processed or handled differently?
Right. So that Councilmember Johnson, is the crux of the problem, right? Is you have 8,000 employees. And right now we know that there is one segment of employees, because of this federal contract issue, that have this mandate. And so as we talk through this, so that you don't have the segmentation within your organization. You go just fully. And so I just appreciate all the work that legal has been doing with the team to try to deal with what we have right now. And we have a contract, which is January 8th, 4th?
January 4th, plus 14 days.
Yeah, plus 14 days, that option goes away for that contract and those individuals that are covered by that contract.
Okay. And then my second question is at the beginning of the slide presentation, slide 3. I think we might have skipped over that in respect of time, but I want to make sure the public is aware of where we are as far as the water status or the city water status. Can you just go over that information? It's on slide 3. I don't know.
Yeah, so I apologize, ma'am. One thing we did in the interest of time is I should have said that, and I apologize. I got ahead of myself. We are prepared to give you a water update, but what we would ask is, could we bring that to you during the strategy session to provide you the water update?
Since it's on the slideshow, if we could just ask, I've been asking for this for a while, so that citizens do know that the exemption has stopped and that they are subject to termination. I just want to make sure that information is out there.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's, according to the slide that I have, the disconnection moratorium ended October 4th, 2021. And there's a...
I think we're going to have
okay,
come
thank
up
you.
to do that for you. But go ahead, your question.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you can just share that information, because I have been asking for this information. I think it's important that our public knows this information and if there are any resources for them for help.
Yes, thank you. Sean Heath from the City Manager's Office. As you'd indicated, the disconnect moratorium for Charlotte Water expired on October 4th after having been in place for roughly 19 months. So there are a number of things that we are doing today in order to demonstrate our continued support for customers. One is a continuation of our aggressive outreach to help customers set themselves up onto payment plans. So any customer that's on a payment plan will not be disconnected so long as they're honoring that payment plan. We continue to work with Dream Key partners and crisis assistance ministries to make sure that customers are aware of financial relief to help them with their water bills as well.
Okay, and how many disconnections have been done since the moratorium ended?
So by design, the approach is a gradual phase-in. So roughly 800 disconnections were done during the first month from October 4th to November 4th. And it will take us, by design, 5 or 6 months to get back to what would have been pre-pandemic disconnections of about 3,000 per month.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, because that seems like a lot in a month, you know, and I don't know that the public was aware that it was going to happen that quickly. I'm not sure. I just wanted to make sure we got that information out there.
Yes. We actually, to the credit of Angela Charles, proactive outreach started in, early calendar year 2021. So the October date was a date that was established and communicated very early. There were over 20,000 direct person-to-person phone calls that were made to customers that are struggling to pay their bills. And we continue to have that outreach in place today.
Okay. And the recommendations for them are to call?
Yes, call 311 for any customers that have questions about either payment plans or relief programs that they may be eligible for.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on the vaccine, is there anticipation for other departments who are receiving federal funds to have similar requirement down the road?
So we continue to evaluate that. One thing I will say is, again, this does not apply to grant agreements. So most of the funds we receive are from federal grants, and federal grant agreements were specifically exempted from this requirement. What it is other agreements like a lease. So the airport, for example, leases space to the FAA. The next time that lease expires, the FAA will require to renew that lease, this provision go in it. So the short answer is Yes, we continue to look at that and try to identify additional federal agreements, not grant agreements, that this could apply to. Now, the other caveat to that is it doesn't apply to a lease until it expires and needs to be renewed, right? It just happens that aviation has an agreement with the TSA that expires at the end of December and needs to be renewed January 1st. So there may be other agreements that ultimately this will apply to, but they may not expire for 6 months, 8 months, 2 years. We continue to look at that to evaluate it.
Got it. So I think as we are working with our legal department, we are to consider all that as more and more leases are coming up for renewal. What does that mean, right? And how are we being consistent in our approach? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bakari?
Yes, so just make sure I'm hearing this right. As of January 15th, if you are a City of Charlotte employee that falls in this bucket, even if you are willing to get tested every week, you will be terminated from your current job.
The federal contractor mandate does not allow for testing as an option or alternative to vaccination. We will work with HR to accommodate all requests that we can. So I don't know that it's as simple as you will be terminated.
I said you will be terminated from your current job if you're a City of Charlotte employee that falls into this federal employee bucket, even if you are willing to get tested every single week, every single day, you will be terminated from that current job. Is that correct?
Well, look, I would say no, and let me tell you why. Let's use the one example that we talked about this weekend. So we have police officers that work at the airport, and let's just say there's a police officer that's not vaccinated. He may ask the chief, can I have a reassignment? And so what we're trying to figure out is how can we accommodate our employees as it relates to this?
So I chose my words very specifically for the reason, which is you cannot work in that job anymore. Your current job you will be terminated from. What you try to do beyond that is not my question.
If you are a federal contractor or at a federally covered workplace, you do not have the employer does not have the option to offer testing as an alternative to vaccination.
So I'll go ahead and answer my own question then. Yes was the answer to that. I think this is a very slippery slope. I think we should have our legal department pushing back right now on the federal mandates that are pushing us towards this path, and we should be seriously contemplating the risks of even anyone bringing up doing this in other departments or expanding it from here. The vaccine is very important. No one's trying to make that argument whatsoever, but when you get a vaccine, there is risk involved, and people certainly make decisions based on risk. If they're willing to get tested every single day to come into work, I mean, that tells you something right there, that it's not something they're taking lightly. I think we need to be pushing back on these mandates, not rolling over and just accepting them, because at the end of the day, where there's risk, people make decisions. And as long as we can mitigate that risk with testing and other options like that, I think it's us rolling over and just allowing something like this to happen. Basically, Merry Christmas, employees that do a lot of work for us. You don't have a job anymore because you weren't willing to take that risk. Is not the right message we want to send.
Mr. Phipps.
With respect to weekly COVID tests, I understand that is a pretty expensive option. Have we come up with any cost estimates for this particular activity?
So we have, but I will point out, and our plan is under the OSHA ETS, and our plan would be to implement testing according to the OSHA ETS guidelines. All weekly testing is the responsibility of the employee.
You don't have to pay for it.
All right, Ms. Sajmira?
Yes, so I just want to follow up on Mr. Bukhari's comment. I will not support us pushing back on that. I just want to go on record saying that. I think there is a reason why federal government is mandating it. This is about safety of our employees. This is about safety of all our residents. So I will not support any pushback, just to be on record. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
So I'm not sure if you covered this, but specifically, how many employees must have, do not have a testing option? How many Charlotte employees, what is that number, and then how many of those are vaccinated? So, you know, how many people are we talking about who are not vaccinated and who have a big problem once this becomes effective versus the total number of employees that are affected by this requirement?
So total number of employees at the City of Charlotte is roughly 7,500 to 8,000, depending on when you look. It changes all the time. City of Charlotte employees who have a SIDA badge, an SIDA, a SIDA badge, is roughly 1,000. I will get you the, Ms. Gentry will provide you the exact number tomorrow or in the future. Of that roughly 1,000, roughly 200 or less remain unvaccinated. So we're talking about a population of about 200 unvaccinated City of Charlotte employees.
And those are people who did not avail themselves of our bonus program, right? I mean, we did offer cash.
That is correct.
So one assumes that they have conviction about not getting vaccinated, and that's going to be a problem, I guess.
Now again, I want to reiterate, I said this earlier, but I also want to reiterate that the vaccine mandate, there is not a testing option. However, there is a requirement for medical or religious exemptions to be granted a reasonable accommodation. So again, our HR department will manage both of those processes as they do in general, COVID-19 or otherwise, and will evaluate requests for reasonable accommodation for exemptions from that. And the federal contractor mandate does allow for that. In fact, it specifically says you must provide that. And so we will do that.
So that could be an answer for some of them. The others, are the others all airport employees?
Yes, so again, this is confusing. So these are all employees who work at the airport. Not all of them are aviation department employees, i.e. there are city attorney's office employees who work at the airport every day. So again, it's all City of Charlotte employees. It's mostly aviation department employees, but it's also some other departments employees as well, police, fire, city attorney's office.
Right, so we have 200 people who don't all work at the airport who could be in this position of not being vaccinated and being required to be vaccinated by the federal mandate. And do we know how many of those might be able to be employed by the city in some capacity that doesn't have that requirement associated with it? Like, how flexible are the occupations of the people, and does it come down to having to fire them, or is it possible that we could reassign them?
We will be conducting that analysis and working with the employees individually, yes.
Okay.
All right, so let's see, that was one report down. How many more do we have, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we're done. We're back on track. And I believe that Councilmember Winston is going to handle policy.
So we're going to the 2022 federal and state legislative agendas. Mr. Winston?
Yes, thank you. On behalf of myself and Mr. Bukhari, who's the co-chair of Intergovernmental Relations, I have this short report. The Intergovernmental Relations Committee accomplished one of its major responsibilities at its October 18th meeting by recommending a proposed 2022 federal and state legislative agendas for the consideration of the Charlotte City Council. On November 8th, a mayor and council had a very good discussion on the agendas, as mayor and council raised several questions concerning the bipartisan infrastructure plan, Build Back Better Act, H-1B visas, and Ban the Box. And on November 15th, the committee held its monthly meeting and did not make any recommended changes to what was presented to mayor and council on November 8th.
No one would dare, I think, to do that. I've actually got to.
That's math.
Let's
Mr.
listen. Let's hear what he has
Newton,
to
you
say.
need to mute yourself. Mr. Newton, please mute. Mr. Winston, go ahead.
Nonetheless, two additional issues were raised for possible inclusion in the, I think I missed a spot. On November 15th, the committee held its monthly meeting and did not make any recommended changes to what was presented to mayor and council on November 8th. Nonetheless, two additional issues were raised for possible inclusion on the 2022 state legislative agenda that will be reported out during the committee report outs at the December 6th strategy session. In both cases, neither issue, the committee decided that neither issue is suited for advancement in the 2022 short session, so the committee decided not to ask for a change in the recommended state legislative agenda at this time. Those issues are photo enforcement related to red lights and speeding, as well as aging in place related to the thresholds that are in place for the elderly and disabled to qualify for the homestead exclusion tax relief program. We will talk about those at council's pleasure the first meeting of December. With that, turn it over to Mr. Jones or Mr. Fenton, who will update us on some issues that have arose out of the North Carolina state budget.
Mr. Fenton.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Dana Fenton. I'm the city's Intergovernmental Relations Manager. I'm pleased to be here with you this evening. But first, let me say, before I talk about the General Assembly, for myself and on behalf of our city's federal and state lobbying teams, thank you for your support of our efforts to advance the critical issues on behalf of the city this year. And I know that you all have done a lot of work, too, and we really do appreciate all that you're doing. The issue that Mr. Winston raised about recent actions by the North Carolina General Assembly, last week the 2021-23 state budget was approved by the General Assembly and signed into law by the governor. We had talked quite a bit before about a lot of the issues that were in there, having to do with policy issues related to stormwater and things like that. A lot of those issues were taken out of the final budget. But there was something there that we were surprised was going to be brought forward again, and that was the continuation of the Powell bill reduction for the city in this fiscal year and for the next fiscal year. And what we are doing right now, we are committed to providing the mayor and council, the city manager, and director of transportation especially with a better understanding of the context behind this decision. We should help you make a more informed decision going forward. And we know what happened. We know the process. We don't know why it happened. At the same time, I would ask you not to consider this, don't allow this setback to overshadow the accomplishments we've been able to achieve this year. We've had quite a few in both the state and federal agendas, and certainly we look forward to trying to find out more about the context of that decision. And finally, your teams are looking forward to working with you in the coming year on the proposed federal and state legislative agendas that are on your up for consideration tonight. Be glad to stand for any questions, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Graham.
What was the financial impact of the loss of the funding, if I'm hearing it correctly,
What's that question?
Bill?
Would you repeat your question, please, Mr.
So
Graham?
you indicated that we lost funding from the Powell bill?
Yes. What happened last year, Mr. Graham, is that was put in place, we thought, for a one-year period, a temporary reduction in the Powell bill allocation to 2/3 of what our fiscal year 2020 allocation was. And that involved a loss of revenue in FY21 of about $6.8 million. And as they were going through the legislative process this year, the initial House and Senate budgets had restored that funding. Well, the final budget came out, and they've decided to keep that policy in place for at least the next 2 years. So we will be at 2/3 of the FY 2020 allocation in our fiscal year 22 and our fiscal year 23.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Fenton, for an update. Could you just tell, I guess I'm trying to understand, so what department would it be impacted by it? What pool of funding is this?
This Powell bill funding is for local street maintenance, and the Charlotte Department of Transportation administers that program.
So street funding, so is that street lights?
I believe it's things like pavement, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, things like that.
Well, we already have a huge backlog, so I don't know what this is going to do. I mean, this is going to further put us back with the backlog we already have, so.
Mayor Pro Tem?
If you're done, Ms. Ajmira, I think you're pointing out something that's really accurate. I hope the public hears that when we're not able to pave streets, fix sidewalks, curb gut, whatever, some of that money is coming from this bill. And the state just made a decision to cut it from us. How many million?
Compared to fiscal year 2020, it's $6.8 million below that allocation.
Okay. Well, I think we do need an answer from the state on that. It's one of the most basic things that people expect of us, to have clean water, to have safe streets, to have roads that are paved. We often talk about the new things that we want, but we've got to maintain what we have, and it's expensive. This isn't DOT budget, so we can't even say it's because of the problems in DOT, correct? This is not a DOT budgeting issue.
This program is in the NC Department of Transportation budget. At the same time, there was a lot of other funding that was provided for other things. In fact, there was also an increase in overall Powell bill funding that we're not able to participate in because of this. So I think there's a lot of funding out there, and I see Mr. Jones is putting his hand up.
Well,
Okay.
she gets to call.
So so just to clarify, it's not other people got an increase because we got a decrease. It's the total of Powell funds was increased, and we had ours reduced.
Yes.
So unbelievable.
Can I have the manager's
think we
comment, Ms.
disappeared,
Ajmira?
right?
Mr. Jones?
So, thank you, Mayor and members of council. So I asked Dana to present this tonight, and as Dana said early on, we don't know what happened, so he needs some time to figure out what happened. But I know a message went out and a memo to you, and I thought that this rate rose to the level that at a bare minimum, we need to do more than a memo, make sure that you know what the issue is, especially while you're talking about a legislative agenda. Yeah. I didn't want you to move forward on this and you say, well, thanks for not telling me. But in defense of Dana, not that I have to defend him, he's great at what he does, he just needs some time to figure out what happened.
Mr. Winston?
And just to follow up on Mr. Jones's comments, again, we will be bringing the legislative agenda to full council's consideration at the first of the month. So if there is any type of alteration that we need to put on the recommended legislative agenda, we will have the time between now and then and at that meeting to discuss and figure out what we want to do as a council.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Winston?
I think that's, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Mayor. I was going to let Mr. Winston know that the way that the current proposed legislative agenda is phrased, it would enable us to move forward on this issue if needed.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ajmira, and then Mr. Phipps.
Yes, so we don't know what exactly happened, and you're going to bring that back as you get more updates. So from what I understand, it looks like the methodology has changed because the overall funding increased, but we didn't get, I guess our funding decreased. So
The statutory formula for distributing the Powell bill funding has not changed. There was a provision in the budget that made a change for the next 2 years that affects us in the city of Raleigh.
got it. Okay.
Yes. All right, Mr. Phipps?
So is it my understanding then that this issue crept up on us, that we were surprised by it and did not have an opportunity to lobby our delegation to help us in this regard?
Let me share with you when we found out. It was last Tuesday morning, November 15th, and November 16th. And then a short while later, the governor came out and said that he would be signing the budget bill when it reached his desk. And he did just that on November 18th when it passed. So we didn't have any time to really do any lobbying. And also during the negotiating process between the governor and the House and Senate leadership on the budget, which went on for about 2 months, there was a very, very tight clamp down put on the flow of information about what was in the document they were discussing with the governor. Whether this was in there at the time or not, we don't know. But it was, as I said before, it was surprising.
Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll find, Dana, when you follow up on this, that it will follow a theme, which is a valuable lesson for us to learn here, which is we can't, 300 days a year find opportunities to thumb our nose at Raleigh and the General Assembly in a Dillon Rule state and expect to not have a collaboration with partners up there who are prepared to go to bat and battle for us for things we need. I mean, it's a very important lesson that too often we forget when we have sessions here, and we have to do that. We have to understand that if we treat them like some far-off problem rather than a collaborative partner, we will continually find ourselves in these situations where it's we who end up suffering.
Is that?
That's obvious.
Madam, facts hurt sometimes.
Mr. Graham?
Well, the fact is we got a state government that doesn't recognize and honor urban communities. I mean, it's just simple. I mean, we produce more revenue in Charlotte, send it to Raleigh, and get less in return. And so it's not about having this collaborative relationship with the General Assembly. It's getting them to respect the fact that urban communities like Charlotte, or Asheville, or Greensboro, or Raleigh provide value for the state, that we support the economy of the state. We support rural areas. This is nothing new. I mean, I can tell you what happened. I've been serving for 10 years. Somebody pulled it. Right? Somebody pulled it.
We're saying the same thing.
And how did they decide to pull it or whatever? We'll just have to try to figure out as best we can. We may never know, but we know that we're different. We definitely know that. And so when we have the representation here in Charlotte that we have, and we're in a majority city with a minority in the legislature, it's just, sometimes it's what you would expect. And I'm not so sure how we've listened a long time and worked hard on this, and I think that it's sometimes just what happens. But we will inquire. We'll keep working on it. And I know that it's now 8:20, and we haven't started the agenda yet. So I just want to do a check-in to see how the council wants to do this. I would like to say let's just continue on. I had a question. Mr. Winston, are we asking council to approve the plan on in December or January? The the legislative plan agendas would be in December or January?
Mayor Lyles, this item was on the agenda tonight for approval of the 2022 legislative agendas for both the federal and state levels.
That's what it was on the item agenda for action, approve the Intergovernmental Relations Committee's recommendation. Is that going to be done tonight or in December?
Yes.
Tonight.
Well,
Tonight it's agenda item number 11.
yeah.
We are approving.
It's
We
under
have a
tab 11.
We'll have a further discussion at the strategy session in the first week of December about the other items that we discussed in committee.
Okay, so we will, so do I have a motion to approve the Intergovernmental Relations Committee recommendation to approve the 20? We have a motion and a second?
Second.
Okay.
Someone else needs
So
to
moved.
second.
Oh, all right.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Phipps?
So are we saying then, in view of what we've learned tonight about the Power Bill, that there's no way we would seek to include that in our legislative agenda as a possible attempt to rectify?
I think what we're saying is that it is inside there in the wording we have, that we can incorporate the details, that we'll go back and lobby for that without any changes necessary.
Specifically, it can be addressed through the mobility position that's part of your state legislative agenda. It talks about state and local sources of revenue for many things like roadways, which this would encompass.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So no further discussion. We'll begin our roll call vote. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, the next item on our agenda begins our business item, and we have one. Item 12 is Atrium Health Innovation District Infrastructure Reimbursement Agreements. Item A is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an infrastructure reimbursement agreement with the Charlotte Innovation District Management Company for the reimbursement of costs for public infrastructure in an amount not to exceed $60 million for public infrastructure and public parking, which will be reimbursed through 90% of incremental city and county property taxes from a designated area over a 15-year period, or until fully reimbursed, whichever occurs first. The second action is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an infrastructure reimbursement agreement with the Charlotte Innovation District Management Company for the reimbursement of costs for public infrastructure not to exceed $15 million for public infrastructure improvements, which is expected to be reimbursed in multiple bond referendums or payments from other municipal sources of funding. So with that, we were going to have a presentation by Tracy Dotson, Assistant City Manager, and I believe we'll go ahead and have the presentation, and then we will have the comments on the speakers. I believe we have a total of 11 speakers on this item. So, Ms. Dotson.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. We were last in front of you on this item on November 1st, and since then we've continued to have ongoing discussions about the project. A few questions have come up, and so we thought it was a good opportunity to address the questions to all of you at once. Next slide, please. I want to remind you that this is more than a medical school. Whoops, go back one. Thank you. I want to remind you that this is more than a medical school. The medical school announced about a year ago. This is an innovation campus, and it's bigger than just the school. It's about growing jobs in our community and a new industry sector in our community. But part of what makes this really special is that this is being designed in a way to offer jobs and upward mobility opportunity for a lot of people in our community. Next slide. So since our last meeting, here's 5 questions that we have heard from several of you. 1, why are we investing in the Innovation District if we know the medical school is coming? Is this a competitive project? 2, why does the proposal include a 14-acre site on North Tryon for affordable housing? 3, why are we investing in parking? 4, can the site have a clinic? And last, how does our investment work? I think there was some confusion in the way the council action was written. Next slide. So to the first question, The medical school on this, the first question is really about competitiveness. I'll remind you again, as I said, the medical school is only a part of it. It's about 300,000 square feet of the 1.5 million square feet of mixed-use development that we're looking to bring here. It will include education uses, research uses, office, retail, and housing. I've been involved with this project for well over a year, and I can tell you that they have talked about other sites outside of Charlotte. But we have had many meetings where we've talked about the desire to have a medical school in Charlotte. Can we get, thank you. And so the phase one of this and our investment is not about competitiveness. It's about creating this campus that doesn't then need to compete for companies to come. Companies will come because of what's on the campus and what is all here. The other thing is if this builds a success like we've seen in other places, there will be a need for a new building about every 3 years. Our investment in this infrastructure, in this phase one infrastructure, allows that to happen. That example we learned when we looked at U City from Philadelphia, which the Wexford team was the developer for. You grow companies in this innovation district, they grow out of that incubation space, they need a place to go, and that stays on the innovation campus. Typically, the last thing I'll say on this is typically we compete when we have business investment grants. These are actually tax increment grants, and so we do these with projects throughout our community that we feel like offer a larger community benefit. The Eastland Mall site had a proposed tax increment grant. Ballantyne Reimagined had a proposed tax increment grant. Those are just two recent ones that we did. It's not about competitiveness, but about supporting a project that brings something bigger to the community than the project itself. Next slide. So the affordable housing. The question about the 14 acres, I want to first remind everybody that they are committing to 5% at below 50% AMI in phase one. This is up front. But in addition, they have offered a 14-acre site on North Tryon. This would have a minimum of 400 units. They're proposing a portion of that be for home ownership affordability. They could do more if they did not do the home ownership. That number could go up to 600 or 1,000 units on site. Remind you, the phase one on the innovation campus is only 350 sites. So this one site can achieve more affordable housing units than you have in total units of phase one on the innovation campus. The other thing is this is a site that is close to transit. It also has a land value of $20 million. I can tell you that I got a call the day after our November 1st presentation saying that they were disappointed to see the site was essentially taken for affordable housing because they had just made a market rate offer on the site to Atrium to purchase it for a different development. So there is market desire for this site already, and I think for having it go in this particular location for affordable housing is a big win. On top of that, the number of units that we have. It's also important to note that the 5% of on-site on the innovation campus is about a 2 to 3 cost differential than building on this site. So that 5% is costing about $10 million to deliver, and that's just based on the type of construction and the level of density that you have on the innovation campus. We felt as though providing some on site as well as the 14-acre site was a good option to achieve a good number of units in our community and across our community. If we go to the next slide. The third question was, why are we investing in parking? You'll remember this slide I presented most recently at the November 1st meeting and shows a total cost of infrastructure at $94 million. This, as I've mentioned, this infrastructure is necessary to launch a successful project and provide some run room for the development to be a success. Next slide. So the request was to support $75 million of public investment in the initial phase of infrastructure. This does include parking. There's a total of 1,200 spaces proposed for the site, and it asked that the public would invest and support 800 of those spaces. These 800 spaces would be free to the public and on weekends and help support other community events such as Panthers games or concerts that are in the uptown area. Of the 800 spaces, 120 spaces are intended to support Pearl Park, and this is an existing county agreement. Those spaces are accessible and free to the public 24/7. Having this centralized deck also creates an opportunity to enhance other mobility options throughout the Innovation Campus, as well as I mentioned before, supporting other community events. Atrium has a commitment to sustainability. They've started to look at innovative ideas like EV buses throughout the site that can get people from the deck to other places on the site, or things such as how do we better connect to our existing transit system. Next slide. The fourth question was, could we provide an on-site clinic? As we started to look at this, we realized that the CMC Myers Park Clinic is located at the corner of Kings Drive and East Boulevard. So this is an existing clinic that currently has 60 providers and has supported 64,000 visits in a 12-month period. That's more than any other clinic that Atrium has. But they do have 4 other clinics in our community that have supported 152,000 visits. There are 4 other clinics that are planned. I'm actually in conversations with them because 3 of them are in quarters of opportunity. We're looking at the Eastland site, and we've also been talking about where they place their clinic in the West Boulevard area. And this is care that is provided on a sliding scale to patients based on what patients can afford. So as we looked at the clinic site, we realized that the Kings Drive site is actually closer to certain neighborhoods such as Cherry than the Innovation Campus site. When I Google mapped it, it was 1.1 mile versus 1.4 miles between the two. And the last question that we have up here is essentially, what is our investment? How is our investment working? I've received a couple of questions today about confusions of the RCA. What we are proposing is that the city support a $60 million tax increment grant. Okay? These are typically done both city and county jointly in the grant, and that is what we're proposing here. The TIGs are reimbursement of newly generated property tax, of which the city collects 1/3 of that and the county collects 2/3 of that. The term of this reimbursement would be over 15 years. And if the county approved the same action, their 2/3 would be part of it. So I think a lot of questions have come in. Are we suggesting that the city's paying for the $60 million? No, what we're suggesting is that we pay into our 1/3 of the $60 million. If the county perhaps didn't approve the tax increment grant, I think the project would change and we would be back in front of you to talk about how it's changed. But because they take both votes they take a vote from both elected bodies, that's why we bring it to you this way. And then also we are proposing a $15 million CIP reimbursement. It's really important to note that it's a reimbursement. They do the work, then they get reimbursed for the work. So I want to finish by reminding you of all the benefits that our community is winning through this project. Atrium and Wexford have committed to establishing a community advisory council. This council would ensure mechanisms for education, talent pipeline, workforce development reach all parts of our community. This council would also ensure the community engagement throughout the implementation of the district, and think about how the district's success can also contribute to the community's success. This project will provide education and training opportunities across the community. There'll be a special emphasis on CMS with K through 12. There are programs such as the Innovation Fellows that will be focused at in the elementary school level. This is a program that is one that Wexford is familiar with from St. Louis, and will be modeled after that. Firsthand is a program out of Philadelphia that is targeted towards middle school students. And then we'll also have partnerships with other organizations like Charlotte, Goodwill, and JCSU to ensure that we are providing opportunities and reaching all aspects of our community. Next slide. In addition, There's been the mention of the $5 million towards the Bishop Battle Scholarship Fund, $5 million committed to MWSBE incubation, as well as we mentioned last conversation, a commitment towards a MWSBE goal of 20%. Affordable housing, we have discussed that one in a previous slide. Next slide. And lastly, the economic impact. This is a 26-acre mixed-use development. Remember, I mentioned this is much bigger than just the school. This investment, our public investment, will leverage $1.5 billion in private taxes. This will increase property taxes generate on the site to $8 million. Currently, we generate about $250,000. So we're talking about a 3,000% increase in the taxes generated on this site. This will create more than 11,000 jobs. And remind you that not all of these jobs are a full spectrum of job types. 30 to 40% of these jobs will not require four-year degrees. And lastly, it will have an $811 million economic impact for our community. So that was a lot. I know it's getting late. I'm going to stop there to see if you have any questions. This last slide I'll just point out is the community, the various conversations that we've had and touch points that we've had with council along the way.
Before we ask for questions or have questions, I thought it would be best to hear from our speakers so that we could include everyone's questions as we go through this. And our first speaker is Don Jonas. Are you here? Yes, there, I see you. I'm sorry, Mrs. After. Okay, all right.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of City Council, and Manager Jones. Excuse me. My name is Don Jonas, and I lead Atrium Health's social strategy and impact team. Some of you may remember me at CareRing, where I spent about 10 years providing health and wellness services to very low-income folks. But one of the things I learned in that job there was how people are in need of health care and access to health care, but so much more, these social determinants of health. And tonight, I wanted to talk about affordable housing and some of the various ways that Atrium Health has already invested in affordable housing. So I speak tonight in support of the tax increment grant for the new medical school and innovation district. As you consider the merits of this investment, I wanted to share a few of the ways that Atrium Health provides affordable housing and partners with many others to reduce homelessness in Charlotte. This includes a recent $5 million low-interest loan to purchase Hill Rock Estates to help Roof Above and others add 340 affordable housing units in Charlotte. An additional $5 million loan with the local Housing Impact Fund, which will soon reach a goal of providing an additional 1,000 affordable housing units to the market. We work with Dream Key partners to provide housing education and access to down payment assistance for teammates. We work with Crisis Assistance Ministry to assist with other basic needs like utility assistance to sustain housing. We employ social workers in our ED to help patients at risk of experiencing homelessness. We train medical workers in healthcare hotspotting to recognize and learn to help individuals needing shelter. Our behavioral health team has a program for younger people at risk of psychosis, which we know could lead to being unhoused. Our behavioral health helpline is open and available to anyone in crisis and needing assistance on a range of issues, including housing. Our Restorative Pathways program with City Startup Labs provides employment for justice-involved individuals at risk of being homeless. We partner with Charlotte Center for Legal Advocacy to help patients avoid or delay eviction from their homes. Our CEO, Gene Woods, co-chairs the Community Task Force developing recommendations for how Charlotte can make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring, part of a strategic plan that will soon be released. Earlier this year, when residents were relocated from the North End Tent City encampment, we provided virtual health assessments. We've also been delivering medical care to individuals staying at the COVID-19 hotel since its inception. These are just a few of the many ways Atrium Health works to expand affordable housing and reduce homelessness in our region. Most of these actions take place behind the scenes, away from the cameras and the public spotlight. We do these kinds of things for affordable housing, food security, and many other pressing issues because our patients and the community needs us to step forward. Through all of this, we remain centered on our For All healthcare mission.
Mr. Jonas, I should have said 3 minutes, right?
That's
In
right.
advance. So
Thank you very much.
If you have the additional comments that you can provide to the clerk, we can have those or email them to us. All right. Our next speaker is Sebastian Kuzla.
Kula.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Council and Mayor. Glad to be back here again. My name is Sebastian Fetzlek. I'm the representative for the Association of Ironworkers affiliated with the Building Trades Council. We are responsible for training and representing workers across the broad spectrum of trades on many construction projects across this region, but I'll let some of my partners here speak on some of those details later and about our apprenticeship programs and which graduate hundreds of apprentices each year in the trades. But I wanted to ask about the city's public-private partnerships. I've been in contact with many city council members and county commissioners over the past couple of months, and I appreciate everyone's time during that period. While researching the new innovation district, I did find that on April 21st, 2021, UC Davis and Sacramento actually worked on a similar innovation district, and they released a 90-page agreement and a regional economic and city fiscal impact study on their own innovation district. This highlighted the broad impact across the regional economy about basically how $1.5 billion in construction would ripple through their communities. This report also highlighted an agreement around their innovation quota with the same developer that's here and discussed specific goals and functions between the city government, its departments, and the private entity defining goals and how the different bodies will work together. And a lot of it also discussed how they would work together under the same roof with the city and work with the different community partners and workforce development organizations. So my question here basically comes down, will the building trades be a part of this conversation as well? And this isn't so much to kind of push back on a development, but I think we need to be really specific about the opportunities that we offer for our residents here, because we are discussing jobs in construction that can make folks between $50,000 to $90,000 a year and make sure that they can work here and live here, gain the benefits, and sustain their families. The Sacramento UC Davis agreement actually spent almost 3 years in discussions, and they held over 90 community meetings, engaging all different community partners, and they negotiated for 6 months before the agreement was fully released. Now, our building trades are a big part of many large projects across this country. Our training director and myself actually stood alongside Mayor Bowser in DC a couple months back when we completed the Frederick Douglass Bridge. And we also worked on similar agreements with the George Washington University and Universal Health Services in DC, as well as the Howard University Hospital. So this isn't something alien to us. We can do these jobs. And I'm aware that there's been conversations or at least some contact with ROC or Goodwill and some of these other outfits to support construction jobs. But from our experience, those kind of programs maybe get a couple folks interested in the trades, but we graduate hundreds and have thousands of members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking. Our next speaker is Melissa Reyes. And after that is going to be Ashley Hawkins. If you want to come to the other, if Ashley is here, you could come down to the other speaker microphone.
Hello, my name is Melissa Reyes, and I am an electrician with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, representing roughly 850 electricians in Charlotte. I'm here today because I want to ask you that for any future construction projects that will be subsidized or given tax money as an incentive, that you ensure that the companies that are working on those projects are operating ethically and provide apprenticeships registered with the Department of Labor. My journey in the trade changed my life in a way I never thought possible. I was raised in North Charlotte, living first in the Hidden Valley area. When my parents moved here in '93, and then in the university area. I ran away from home at the age of 15 and graduated Advanced High School as a McKinney-Vento student. After high school, I struggled working dead-end jobs in the restaurant industry, and one day I was offered a job doing electrical work. It paid $100 under the table, and at times I got shorted because the contractor did not have enough funds to pay his workers. I was the only person on the job that spoke English. We had no proper training and were misclassified as independent contractors. While this seems like something that could only happen on low-profile jobs, I worked at several Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools for this person. When the work dried up, I chose to pursue the electrical industry and found the IBEW apprenticeship program on the internet. I applied, and upon completing, my life did a complete 180. I enjoy 100% employer-funded health care, 3 pension plans, and a $29 an hour wage. I went from being a citizen that used welfare programs to a contributing taxpayer. But again, this story is not the same for all construction workers. While on the job, I talked to various people, and as recently as a few months ago, I spoke to somebody who told me he was working as a misclassified worker here in Charlotte. If this project is going to be subsidized, we need to ensure contractors engage in misclassification are not taking part in it. Worker misclassification cheats the government out of taxes. Usually the check cut for the worker is written off as an expense, and the worker does not report the earnings to the IRS. It also cheats the worker out of workplace benefits such as workers' comp, unemployment, and health insurance. Furthermore, these workers are not covered under workplace protection laws because they are being misclassified as independent contractors. So again, I ask you to closely examine companies that are profiting off of our tax dollars. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Ashley Hawkins. Ashley Hawkins.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Hawkins. I'm the president of the Southern Piedmont Central Labor Council. It is a pleasure to speak before you tonight. I stand here with my brothers and sisters from the building trades to speak to the considerations that this council is making when we invest our taxpayer dollars in projects such as this. And I would consider you to consider them to be a representation of the values of this council and the values that we hold for our citizens and our community. Questions have been raised in a sense about investing $75 million in taxpayer funds for an entity that already receives over $400 million of yearly tax exemptions, while some of their lowest paid employees are still eligible for food stamps, some making less than $10 an hour. In a deal and rule state where we cannot mandate that companies or employers do anything that we tie our tax dollars to, it is still important to understand that we lead by example, and we lead by example. We must lead by example as a government, and those public entities must also lead by example. So earlier in this process, both the Southern Piedmont Central Labor Council and the Housing Justice Coalition asked for firmer answers and commitments from Atrium around the give back that would happen with the community, and we have seen a little bit of further explanation from the presentation this evening. However, we still haven't seen a lot of hard facts and a lot of hard numbers. A hard number or a written commitment is a very different agreement for the community than money to a scholarship fund or vague promises about the use of underprivileged, the use of programs that benefit underprivileged persons. So I would just like to remind the council that some of the things that have been asked for are a increase in affordable worksite housing on this Innovation District campus. If the workers who are to work here cannot access affordable housing in the vicinity, then they cannot access economic mobility. We would appreciate a memorandum of understanding with the Mecklenburg County Parks and Recreation Department for the maintenance and upkeep of the public plaza if it is to truly be a public space, not one that is patrolled by private security. And a donation from the Atrium Wake Forest Baptist to the Charity Community Organization for the preservation and rehabilitation of naturally occurring affordable housing in the area. One thing that this plan touts is the increase of tax revenue through property values, which will in turn drive up tax revenue and property values in the surrounding area.
I appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Have a great night.
All right. Ms. Hawkins, our next speaker is Kayla Miller I'm not going to say this correctly, so I'm going to let you say it for me. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kayla Miller Colmoose. I'm a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and I am one of 150 union electrician apprentices living here in Charlotte. I'm here today to tell you about the benefits of a project labor agreement. Union members pay a very small amount, in my case $50 a month, to unite under collective bargaining agreements in order to negotiate better workplace conditions, worker benefits, and pay. A PLA is a temporary collective bargaining agreement where all employees working on a single project get to benefit from collective bargaining regardless of their union membership status. As an apprentice, these agreements ensure that I receive proper instruction for my individual trade and also broader safety training such as OSHA 10, CPR first aid, and national fire protection. Non-union electricians with similar experience as union ones make around 70% of what we make, also with no benefits. These registered apprenticeship programs are a life-changing opportunity for our city's low-income and low-skill workers and have the ability to impact our city economically in a positive way. I used to work in food service, and before I found this apprenticeship program, I had no health insurance, financial security, or retirement options. This program gave me the opportunity to transcend poverty and lifted me into the middle class. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Segovia.
Good evening. My name is Dan Segovia. I'm a representative for the Iron Workers in Charlotte and most of the Carolinas as their business manager. I'm here today to speak on what we believe to be workforce development and upward mobility to be, and how they should work together in all industries. I'm not here to speak against any development within the city. In fact, our goals are to put as many Charlotte residents and our members to work on these projects as possible. Construction projects are what pays our bills for our benefits, apprenticeship programs, and journeyman upgrades. Part of my job is to recruit and train the workforce for our employers. This is very rewarding, especially when I can offer men and women the opportunity to enter into an Earn While You Learn Department of Labor registered apprenticeship program, as well as the opportunity to go from project to project and retain their benefits like health care and a pension, and to be able to retire at a reasonable age. Workforce development, in my opinion, needs to come with real opportunity, not just in the training, but in combination with a career opportunity. Without a real career opportunity on any project or job, we will be forced to start over every time we complete a project. And no matter how high the percentage of the local workforce is on any of them projects, usually that workforce will need to search out another opportunity just to try to keep moving in a career with no real benefits or an end. The building trades and ironworkers offer real opportunity and careers. We offer training and family-sustaining wages with our employers and contractors on development projects around Charlotte and the region. This, in my mind, is upward mobility. You may be wondering why we're here today and what we might want from you. We simply want to bring to light what opportunities we can achieve together, what we are looking for in partners, and to create more opportunities for our membership in the local workforce. Finally, I want it to be known that the workforce development programs will work so much easier and would benefit the Charlotte workforce more if it was linked to a Department of Labor registered apprenticeship program and the Building Trades Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ishmael Mejia.
Well, good evening, City Council. Appreciate you offering us a time to come talk before you. I'm here as well supporting my union brothers and sisters in the same message. I believe we've heard the term Department of Labor registered apprenticeships a few times tonight, and I wanted to highlight the importance of what that means to our trades. Excuse me. I'm a member and organizer with the Ironworkers Local 848 in the Mid-Atlantic states. I represent hundreds of ironworkers in the Carolinas and many in the Charlotte region. As an organizer, I do travel broadly in the state, and I speak with unrepresented workers who work in dangerous conditions, drive long hours for their jobs, and oftentimes cannot afford to live in the cities in which they work. As we continue to ponder about what steps we need to take as a city in order to overcome the 50 out of 50 cities rank in economic mobility opportunity, it's important that the conversations around apprenticeship opportunities and construction careers is heard in rooms like this. I am a member of the City Workforce Development Board. I'm also a recording secretary for the Central Labor Council, on top of my duties as an organizer. So I am privileged to be part of some of these conversations, and oftentimes I've left scratching my head asking why are apprenticeship opportunities so unheard of when we're talking about workforce development, when we're talking about moving people up and providing economic opportunity, mobility rather, sorry. I often wonder why we don't talk about these kinds of programs that offer a living wage, as some of my colleagues have already mentioned, as well as benefits towards your retirement. It's hard to run into anybody who can tell you when they're going to retire at the end of their career. A consistent factor in a lot of the unrepresented work that occurs in this city and this county is a lack of verifiable training and safety and skills for the job being done. The Department of Labor registered apprenticeships, like those offered by the building trades, like the ironworkers, the IBEW, excuse me, is that they must meet strict training, diversity, and educational requirements, while oftentimes entities in Charlotte look to shorter, less regulated training programs that are labeled pre-apprenticeships. How can these brief job training programs really translate into family-sustaining careers if the training is curtailed and the success requirements can be modified for successful reporting? Before my role, I came from community groups who did receive public funding. I know how easy it is to, won't say fudge the numbers, but represent small moves forward as successes for that funding. My colleagues have spoken about PLAs in other parts of the countries with different developers and contractors, and I think we can do the same here in Charlotte. Why can't we do more for our folks in Charlotte than to pontificate on progress and actually pave a road for families seeking to the stability, wages, and training, and the benefits that will move Charlotte from out of that 50 out of 50 cities ranking. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Brannack. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Sylvia Biddle Patton.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Biddle Patton. I'm here on behalf of the Cherry Community Organization. I want to start by thanking Atrium Health and Wexford for continuing to offer various opportunities for community input. And as stated before, we look forward to continued dialogue and community sessions. I also want to make clear that our being here in no way means that we are opposed to this project. We also believe that this project has the potential to be transformational to the city and county. We just want to be certain that the community narrative resonates throughout every phase of this project. To the City Council, we say the following. First, this will be an excellent opportunity for you as successors to those government leaders who committed such atrocities to begin to right some of the wrongs that were done to Brooklyn, Blue Heaven, Second Ward, and so many more of our sister communities. It doesn't matter how many decades or degrees of separation, it's always the right time to do the right thing. Secondly, given the history of the land and the inevitable use of TIG and CIP funds, now is the time to utilize a community benefits agreement in accordance with the recently adopted 2040 comp plan. Just a reminder that CBAs are not illegal, as opined by the city attorney, and are definitely not shakedown community plans. Third, if we are to begin crosswalking the 2040 comp plan to UDO and the 2040 policy map, then please take a look at the checklist at the end of the respective pre-hearing staff analysis and see how many more boxes can be checked on that list within this project. Fourth, jobs are great, but as employers who really care about their employees will tell you, jobs alone are not enough. Let's remember all that was lost within Brooklyn, the jobs, the homes, the businesses, the churches, the families, the communities, the generational wealth and income, and family legacies, and ask, where do we need to start first? Fifth and finally, if you commit to spending over $20 million for a garage system to house automobiles, then you can certainly find a way to add more funding to house people who need affordable housing and want to live within the Innovation District. A commitment of 5% affordable housing is simply not enough. Again, we ask for your support in helping to make this project truly transformational as it relates to equity and economic development, affordable housing, social capital, and social and restorative justice. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is virtual, Casey Grantham.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you, so please, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm Casey Grantham. I'm the Executive Director of Road to Hire. And I'm here today to comment in support of the Atrium Health Innovation District. I do want to say first, though, I'm very glad I got to hear all the previous speakers. It was great to hear about those apprenticeship experiences and from the last speaker as well. But I'm excited to comment tonight because the Innovation District project really aligns with one of Road to Hire's goals, which is to ensure that people without four-year degrees have access to hiring, family-sustaining jobs. Charlotte really needs the types of jobs this project is going to bring, particularly the STEM jobs in scientific and technology fields. And my understanding, as Assistant City Manager Dodson said, is that a third or more of the jobs in the Innovation District will not require a four-year degree. And this is exactly what we need if we're really going to be serious about increasing our commitment to economic mobility and workforce development, and do so in a way that's truly inclusive and goes beyond that traditional four-year degree. In addition to just the jobs, this project is going to expose young students to careers in medicine and technology and create experiences that get them excited about those paths before they even get to high school and are making critical decisions that will affect their future opportunities. In fact, this is an extension of the track record that Atrium already has of prioritizing education and hiring of people with alternative talent pipelines into tech and medical careers. Charlotte has the people who want to do these jobs and the tools to teach people the skills that they need. But having a certificate or an associate's degree doesn't always mean a smooth transition into a high-paying job. The thing that's different and unique about this project is that they're thinking about it on the front end, hiring people without four-year degrees and making sure they're prepared with the skills to do the hiring jobs and make sure that's built into the plan and not an afterthought or a retrofit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grantham. Our next speaker is Clarence Armbruster. Johnson C. Smith is President is up again.
Please.
Good evening again, Mayor Lyles and members of City Council. I come before you at this juncture in this evening's proceedings as the president of Johnson C. Smith University, and as you noted earlier, Charlotte's only HBCU. I'm here to express my strong and unequivocal support of the Atrium Health Innovation District. Although as a former bond attorney who either practiced public finance or was involved in the field for over 30 years, I'm tempted to weigh in on the financings and agreements that support this incredible investment by Atrium Health and its partners. That is not the purpose for which I rise in support of this project this evening. I rise in support of this project because of my role as president of JCSU. We have been given the opportunity to partner with Atrium Health and the proposed new medical school that will be the centerpiece of the Innovation District in ways that will accelerate the transformation of JCSU and the fulfillment of our recently adopted strategic plan entitled The Golden Blueprint, Constructing Revolutionary Change. Without going into a lot of detail, I would like to explain my parochial interest in supporting this project in addition to all of the other benefits of the project of which you are aware. First and foremost, one of the most important pillars of our strategic plan is to deliver signature academic programs. One of several areas the university is committed to enhancing is our pre-med health programs. With the establishment of a medical school literally a stone's throw from the JCSU campus and the commitments made by Atrium Health and the academic leadership to work closely with JCSU faculty, students, and staff, we are delighted to support this project. Although not yet finalized, we have begun speaking with Atrium regarding our collaborative efforts to strengthen our curriculum and to develop pathways for our students to be guaranteed, upon successful completion of certain requirements, seats in the new medical school. This will generate significant interest in JCSU and allow us to compete to either keep in the region or recruit to the region high-performing students. In addition, it is likely those students will be supported in some way by the establishment of the Bishop Battle Scholarship Fund. Again, the details of that support are yet to be worked out. There's almost nothing more important for a student than to be able to focus solely on academics and not finances, specifically on how much debt they may be incurring to complete your education. Finally, I'm excited about the opportunities beyond med school admissions for our students and the community at large. Students who may not be interested in pre-med or health professions will have the opportunity to compete for any number of other jobs that result from the Innovation District. As many of you know, prior to coming to Charlotte, I was in Philadelphia where there has been a successful development of an Innovation District that encompasses an area near my alma mater, the University of Pennsylvania in West Philadelphia. I am looking forward to my newly adopted city building on the strengths of that development and exceeding their results. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Armbruster. All right. So I'm going to ask Ms. Dodson if there are questions. I know if you just be at the dais so that you don't have to get up and go back and forth. And I'm going to recognize Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a couple of questions. And these are the questions that I had noted down while speakers were providing their remarks. So the first question is, how far is this 14-acre site from the Innovation District? I know it's along the transit line. I'm just curious, how far is that to access the innovation area?
As the crow flies, I would say it's probably about 2 miles, 2.5 miles, something like that. I will have to check it from a road mapping.
No, I just wanted an approximate. Okay, so it's about 2 miles. It's located on the transit, so it can easily be accessible to get to the Innovation District.
It can be easily accessible to the Blue Line, the 36th Street station, and then accessible to jobs in a lot of places, including the Innovation Campus.
Thank you. I know when we had this presentation a couple of weeks ago, I had asked about the apprenticeship program, and at that time, Mr. Woods had said, yes, they would be interested in that program and they would like us to connect them with the apprenticeship program. Is anyone here from Atrium?
There is somebody here from Atrium, Colin Lane, but I can also speak to the fact that I know that Wexford, the developer of the Innovation Campus, has a meeting set up in December with, I think, Sebastian to talk about this program. The other thing that I will mention is you all know that we have the Hire Charlotte initiative going on, which kind of looks at jobs and training throughout our entire community. Atrium is a part of that. We've looked at apprenticeships and things like that. And so that's another piece of work that's separate from this campus, but it's something that we're thinking about. How do we train for the right jobs and there actually be jobs at the end of the training?
Thank you so much. You're always thinking ahead. So I appreciate that, Tracy. It's progress that Atrium is directly speaking with some of this apprenticeship program. I know we have a lot of leaders here from that program, and I appreciate some of the testimony that they have provided and how it has been truly a transformative experience for many families. I hope that partnership will continue as we continue to have these conversations. I know we had representative here from Cherry Community, Dr. Sylvia Biddle-Patton, and she had sent us an email. I believe she spoke a couple of weeks ago at our public forum, and they had made a specific ask, which is about preservation and rehabilitation of the of houses in the Cherry community, which is very close to the innovation site. As we are looking at the Community Advisory Council, I hope we will have representation from the Cherry community as their neighbors, and I see their Atrium folks are nodding their heads, so I consider that as a yes. I hope that you'd connect with our Cherry representative, Dr. Sylvia Biddle-Patton, to ensure that community voice is being represented. Also, from the city side, we have had that program which provides dollars for those to ensure that there is aging in place. I remember when I was a District 5 council member, we had someone who was over the age of 65 and they had lived in their home for 30 plus years and they were able to apply for that fund. So I just want to make sure that certainly, I mean, aging in place, it's our city's responsibility, and I don't want for us to sort of say, here, Atrium, go ahead and take care of it, right? So I just would like to see if we can connect Cherry representative with our program and see if city council needs to take any action on that program and where is the funding for that. I know the fund is always oversubscribed. There is more need than what is currently allocated. But I would just like to get an update and see if we can get some Cherry community folks to learn about our program. Well, certainly as someone who has been the CEAP champion, Strategic Energy Action Plan, I've gotten a lot of calls and emails about public dollars going into paying for the parking structure, which is $28 million plus. So, Ms. Dotson, my question to you, you went through a presentation, you explained that there would be a public component to the parking structure where public will be able to use that parking structure without a fee, especially on weekends, in the evenings. Would this project would have been possible without our investment in that, in the parking structure?
No, our investment, and that's why I keep packaging everything together. Our investment in the infrastructure is really what sets up the campus to be successful. If they are growing and attracting the businesses here that they anticipate, the infrastructure has to be in place. You can't build it all fast enough to keep up. And as Mr. Armbruster referred to, like U City, for example, that's the success they've seen because the pieces are in place to support the growth. And so these are all very important pieces, including the parking deck. I think while I understand council and some council members' concerns about parking decks, it's needed, and it's actually been designed in a way that's trying to be thoughtful about one central location so that it also can serve other parts of the community. But to not do it, I think, dramatically negatively impacts the project.
So is it fair to say that our public investment is not just going towards the parking, it's really the entire development, and it would not have been possible, this development would not have been possible without our investment in that.
That's correct.
So I just, I really struggle with the fact that we always say our investment is for the parking structure. Well, really, our investment is for the entire innovation corridor, entire innovation project. And I've said this in one of our committee meetings when we were discussing our tax increment grant policies, that I have a problem with us allocating public dollars when it interferes or when it conflicts with our other goals, such as CEP or transportation and so on. I hope that we will revisit that policy and maybe figure out a way where our public dollars are not attached to the parking structure, but really just overall. And I don't know how we do it, and that's where we look to your expertise, Ms. Dotson, to figure out how do we do a development and really help these transformative projects happen without us conflicting with our other goals. Strategic Energy Action Plan, our transportation goals, and so on. I have been in Charlotte for over 10 years now. And ever since I was recruited here to work in financial services company, I've heard of these talks about bringing medical school here in our city. There have been a lot of talks and discussion, but this is the first real concrete plan that we have in front of us. And that speaks to a lot to the leadership at Atrium and other partners. And there are a lot of public benefits to that. So just because of my reservation on CEAP and some of this, our public dollars going towards parking structure, keep in mind this project provides a lot of other benefits. We are talking about $50 million in affordable housing, 11,500 jobs. Many of these jobs do not require a bachelor's degree. $35 million of our public dollar will leverage about $1.5 billion in private investment. MWSBE commitment, 20%. I mean, that's not a small ask. That's not a small number. We got incubation program. We got upward mobility here. I mean, everything we do, we always talk about upward mobility. I mean, this provides direct opportunities for education, training opportunities, STEM programs, scholarship fund, and so on. So, you know, all the benefits far outweigh our public investment going towards parking structure. And I know that's something we as a council need to discuss it from the overall policy perspective rather than on a project-by-project base. And I think that's something we take it upon ourselves to figure that out. But with that, I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity that Charlotte is getting. And this is going to be truly transformational for our city, but we got to ensure that community voices are at the table, especially neighbors from our Cherry community and our workers from apprenticeship programs. and that everyone gets to be part of this important project. And I hope that over the next couple of months, Atrium will continue to have those conversations with our community so that we can bring everyone at the table. But Ms. Dodson, thank you so much for your leadership on this, and also Mr. Jones. I think this is truly, I'm just really excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Part of my comments I can now cut, which I'm sure everybody's happy about, because Ms. Ajmira touched on the fact that we need this. We have been known as a banking industry town, a fintech town, which is great, but we need young people in particular to have different options for careers in this city, and to be known as a city that has a robust healthcare industry with a research component to it would be very exciting. I think that, my concern has been that we have done a great job of attracting those six-figure jobs, but when I look at the cities that have the biggest problem with homelessness, it's because they are also at the very top end of the income average wage, and so that's how we attack our affordable living crisis, is by having jobs at different income levels. So I'm very happy about that. I will say that the community has brought up a lot of valid points and just wants some more certainty about things. I appreciate Dr. Biddle-Patton coming down and getting through this 2 weeks in a row with us. And so I do have a couple questions. With regards to the 14-acre site near the 36th Street stop, I love that it's near a light rail stop, but I do have concerns about how it's going to be developed. I think our notes said that Atrium was the developer, but now I understand it's really Enlivian that is the developer. Is that correct?
That is correct. Enlivian owns a 14-acre parcel adjacent to this, so that what they would look to do is do a full 28-acre redevelopment of the sites. Atrium currently has a distribution facility on that 14 acres that we're talking about go to affordable housing. That has to be relocated, and then the site would be transferred to Enlivian.
Okay, so there's two things that I'd like to ask for. Can we get an assurance that that site will be developed within a certain time frame, a couple of years, that it will be developed with affordable housing, so that it's not only market rate product, but that it will have affordable housing on it within a certain amount of time? Because then I think we can say to the community that we are connecting people to jobs because they can afford to live close by and have transit options. Are we able to ask for that?
So I spoke to Atrium about that today, and we can ensure that, yes, that 14 acres will go to affordable housing, and that we can put a time limit essentially on when that is to be done.
Okay, and what would be is 3 years realistic to ask for that?
I think 3 years is realistic. Once the property changes hands and actually is owned by Enlivian, that they would have 3 years to then begin construction. The actual term I'll need to cross with Atrium, but I think that's doable.
And would they have the right to be able to sell that instead?
No, I think the way we would try to set that up is it would revert back to Atrium, again, with the intent of being affordable housing. But if it's not performed by Enlivian in a certain amount of time, it should revert back to Atrium, and then they would look for another affordable housing developer.
Okay, well, by reverting back to Atrium, then we kind of miss out on the opportunity. So does it revert back to Atrium and the city for the opportunity to develop it?
That I can look into. I think the commitment on it is for the affordable housing. Okay. The nuance of where it goes back to if Enlivian doesn't perform, I'd have to look into. But the commitment that I got today from Atrium was that, yes, we could put some parameters on the time limit in which it was developed, and that the commitment was to keep it affordable.
Okay. Thank you for that. I will address the parking too, because Eric Zavril from Sustain Charlotte brought this up in the 2040 plan, that we need, as a community, we need a comprehensive parking plan. We are starting to see in our TOD that, and this is a little bit outside of the TOD, but we're starting to have some problems with density and not having any parking.
I would love to say we're a city, and we've had this discussion, and I know Mr. Winston and I go back and forth on this. I would love to say a city that says no more parking, get on the light rail or get on a bus. But the fact of the matter is we don't have that kind of a transit system right now. And so we have got to have a transitional plan that absolutely works towards our goal of public transportation. But in the meantime, as Eric brought up, we have to have a comprehensive plan that takes into account developments that back up to single-family housing. This backs up to single-family housing. And residents are already, in the Dilworth neighborhood, are already worried about the 30-story tower coming off of the Price's chicken coop land that they sold, and a lot of other density coming just a couple blocks up. So in this case, I do support some investment, public sector dollars, in public parking to give people a place to park and not have that be too onerous on the neighborhoods around there who are going to be dealing with this. So, and then the last point, I just want to get a clarification because of the way it's worded, that the action we're being asked to approve is to give the manager authority for up to $60 million, but I want to be really clear that we have in the record that if the county does not approve their portion, we're not on the hook, and we haven't given you authority to negotiate the other $40 million. That we're only obligated for our 1/3 of that, because I think you mentioned we'd go back to the drawing board, but that doesn't mean we go back to the drawing board.
And let me just clarify that. When I said we'd most likely be coming back, because if it's not a $60 million tax increment grant, nuances of the project probably change. And so that would cause us to come back to you. But in the case of the $60 million TIG, we can only reimburse the new property taxes which have been generated and come to us. And so if you looked at that, even if nothing changed with the project and we just did our portion of the tax increment grant, we only get 1/3 of the property tax. And so we could only reimburse 1/3 of that new property tax, or 90% of 1/3 of that new property tax. So that's what really limits us, because the term limit is listed in there as well.
But do we know what that number is? Because could it exceed what we think we're approving tonight if we approve it?
When we do our analysis of the TIG, it's a pretty in-depth analysis of when do we think buildings will come online? What do we think that will generate? We work with the county's tax assessor's office. So it's not just a kind of, checking which way the wind's blowing. Is really a thoughtful analysis. Our portion of that is generally 1/3. And so we've been thoughtful to say, okay, over a 15-year period, we think that we could support, if it's city and county both, a $60 million TIG. Obviously, if the county's 2/3 is not part of that, we could only pay back what we've generated, which is roughly $20 million of that.
Okay. And just in summary, I think I read that the current tax value of that land right now is about $250,000.
That is correct. The current land is either not on the tax rolls because it's owned by Atrium,
right,
or underutilized property. By the implementation of the Innovation Campus, this property comes back onto the property tax rolls, and then would generate, now what we think at full build out, up to $8 million annually.
Okay, so in my mind, I think it's a pretty good ROI for a $1.5 billion investment. Not just financially, but also because of what it's going to bring. And I look forward to having this happen, but I do look forward to the commitments made to the community as well. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. First, I just wanted to say I'm really, really happy to see so many women in STEM represented here tonight. That's really cool. So thank you for the work that you're doing in your field. I did have a question for the attorney in regards to some of the discussion around labor agreements. Can you refresh me, what exactly can we do in regards to assisting local workers legally in regards to, I know we cannot require particular hires, but can you help me understand exactly what the boundaries are for our authority as a city to assist in workers' unions?
So when it comes to directly working with these entities on a project, on a bid project, for instance, I mean, you couldn't make as a condition of the bid that the entity had to use union labor as part of that. We don't have that authority to do that. So a lot of it depends on, is it a city project that we're bidding on versus, a public-private partnership where we're, entering into it voluntarily. We just don't have that authority to collectively bargain with unions. So that would be our employees. We can't collectively bargain with them. And in bid projects, RFPs, and particularly those bid projects where you're looking for the lowest responsible bidder, we can't make that conditioned upon, paying a living wage or a number of these other issues, including using unionized labor.
So
that helps.
What can we do exactly? And forgive me if I missed it.
So what can you do? Certainly, when you have those voluntary efforts where you can identify folks to bring into apprenticeship programs that you have here. I think you have the Hire Charlotte program as well, and a number of the other workforce development programs. That's typically where local governments in North Carolina put their time and energy in terms of identifying resources and opportunities for their constituents.
Okay, I'd like to know where the line is.
Sure.
Next question I have, and it may be for the Atrium representative in particular. I absolutely think there's a lot of great things showing up in this project. I do want to understand, because I think what I'm hearing from constituents is not so much that the ROI, if you will, is too low. Are these but-for kind of things? Like, had we not, or if we do not choose to invest, how much of this doesn't get done? If we're going to get the benefit anyway, why would we invest these dollars? And I haven't quite heard the answer to that question, so I don't know if that's something more for Atrium to talk about, because they know their numbers. But that piece, I think, gets at the heart of what folks are saying.
So I will invite Colin down here to answer that. While he's coming down here, Colin Lane with Atrium, I'm going to remind you, this is a partnership with Atrium as the primary tenant. They're putting their land in this particular location into the deal. Wake Forest is obviously another partner in that with the medical school component, and then Wexford is the developer. Not to put words in your mouth, Colin, but when we first started this, as I mentioned earlier tonight, they weren't always sold on this site. This is a complicated site, it's a large site, and it's an expensive site. So.
Yeah, horribly expensive site. Obviously, that's what requires the actually $94 million worth of infrastructure just for the first phase. We looked at our Union site where the light rail is going to end up anyway. We would have benefited from all the benefits of Charlotte. Opportunities for both Atrium, Wake Forest University, and the broader Charlotte community by being here and being close to uptown. We think there's significant benefits by being adjacent to the CMC campus, as well as connecting our CMC campus to uptown. So we believe that it creates all the opportunity. The project would be barely a semblance of what it looks like today without the infrastructure money.
Okay. And then
we also did look at South Carolina as well. Obviously, your county is a close and adjacent county.
And so at this point, given you already have some level of commitment to the existing site, should these
scenarios where we could operate the school in a much smaller campus. It would just be the medical school, just as to ground everyone. In the 300,000 square feet of academic space, only 120,000 feet is actually the medical school. We were also bringing our College of Health Sciences, which is all of our allied health. This is where we train most of the jobs that don't require the 4-year degree. That's lab techs, pharmacy techs, et cetera. We're going to make a significant investment in our research operation. You also would lose out on the opportunity for EarCAD, which Charlotte is right now. We're on a top contender to be effectively the North American headquarters for simulation training and technology. So we believe that the but-for analysis is that the benefits significantly outweigh the risks of a public-private partnership here, and the project would not be presented.
Thank you. My next question, and this is really more so for Tracy and the attorney, in regards to where we are investing our dollars. And I know that a couple of my colleagues have already alluded to this, but I want to make sure that would it be possible to invest our dollars in some of the directly into some of the community benefit work, or what are the boundaries there?
So I think what I would say to that is our investment is what's making those programs possible, while our investment is for the infrastructure to create the place where you start to put these programs in place and you build these programs out. And so without that, there's not the opportunity to build the programs. So in a way we are, it's an indirect way, but in a way we really are, because again, if we didn't have the Innovation Campus,
one more time, as far as ongoing oversight, I know that you talked that we can only pull back a third of the expected tax revenue. Outside of that, are there any other opportunities for us to go back and say, okay, are we still getting what was promised?
So I would point back to the Community Advisory Council, and that having that council in place with the community having a seat at the table, with the institutional partners that we've mentioned having a seat at the table, with some public input. I think that's how you ensure that all of these things start to get implemented in the way that we expect. And so that will.
And do they have legal authority, or is it purely advisory?
It's right now, the way it's designed, it's an advisory council.
Okay. And then my last question, this is more general. I know that we've talked a little bit about how we can make sure that we get what we say we're going to get. I'm just wondering, Tracy, I was looking for the manager, but I'll take this one. As an aside, do we have information in regards to our actuals versus forecasted for the last, 10 years or so of major project initiatives? I'm just trying to get an understanding.
I can pull that for you. We have had some projects that pay out earlier and faster. We have some projects that don't fully pay out because some things don't get realized. I would say generally we're pretty close on our estimates, but I can pull the information.
Sure, I don't need it for this in particular. I just I think that'd be great. And that's all for me. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any questions. I was able to have a in-depth conversation last week with staff, and I actually met with Hillary for about an hour and 20 minutes on the phone, and we discussed a number of issues, Mrs. Patton, that you brought up the last time you were here, relating to the clinic, affordable housing, MWB goals, and small business participation. We talked about the general contractors and subcontractors, issues relating to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools and Johnson C. Smith, Queens University, continuing education there, displacement issues and workforce development. And I left that meeting feeling really comfortable with their commitments on a number of fronts. Part of what we're doing here tonight is we're investing in someone that we know. These are our neighbors, our friends. These are the folks that help us raise $250 million for the mayor's racial equity program, which was a huge success. We know these folks, and because we know them, there's a certain level of trust that I have in terms of their fulfilling the commitments that they're making. This Innovation District is a marathon, not a sprint. We'll be doing this for a while. The end is in the beginning. And so how we kick this thing off, being very intentional about issues relating to social impact and the impact in general for the community is really, really important. Martha Ann McConnell, who works for Atrium, used to come to my Senate office for over 10 years when I was there. We always talked about, she knew the question I was going to ask her, which is, when are we getting a medical school? And I'm glad to say that that day is now. and that is going to really revitalize a portion, not revitalize, it's going to rebrand a portion of the city that's really going to take off, not only with the medical school and Innovation District, but also the other companies that will be coming to Charlotte because of it. I mean, it's going to be a great opportunity for a wide variety of citizens. The Community Advisory Board, I think, is really important as well, because it really encourages fair play and a constant and consistent dialogue with the neighbors and those in the surrounding community. Like I said, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. They're going to be doing this for a while. I also believe that what gets measured gets done, and Hillary assured me that there will be a number of measurements in terms of how we're doing, what's the score on a number of these things that we talked about earlier. And it's really easy when you know folks so informally, because they're your friends and you work with them before, that you can pick up the phone and call them when there's an issue. And so they know I don't have a problem calling and quizzing and poking and asking questions in reference to how we can make this a success, not only for the system itself, but for the community and the city. When I came back, I said I wanted to do big things. This is a big thing. This is going to have the type of community impact that will reshape and redefine the city as we know it. 10 years from now, when I'm walking my grandson, the daughter around town, I can point to this particular project and say that I was here at the very beginning. And hopefully I can still be as proud as I am today, noting that there's affordable housing and there's equal opportunity for employment, and that MWB firms and construction firms are still working and building on the project, that there's really a first-class clinic there that helps people who need to help themselves. So I'm really excited about this. Again, like I said, I don't have any questions. I've asked all those prior to the meeting to both Atrium and the staff. So I just look forward to what's happening next. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have too much more to add. I would agree with one of the earlier speakers who mentioned that this is a transformational project. We're looking at well over 11,000 new jobs, many of which will not require a four-year degree, and it's a medical school that's coming to town. Certainly, it's a very difficult decision because there have been some very legitimate and valid points that have been made as well. And we're looking at a situation where our goals are competing with one another here. We certainly want to make sure that we're upholding the CAP. We want to make sure that that we are meeting the goals that were set out in our 2040 comp plan. That included goals pertaining to registered apprenticeship programs in our city, by the way. And I wanted to definitely point that out. At the same time, when we look at these competing goals and interests, we want to make sure that we are getting, as the Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned, we are getting a good ROI. And in so doing, we're getting maximum value out of the dollars that we're investing on the public side. I do have one question. So having said all that, my one question, and before I ask it, I just want to say that, I understand that this is an item that will still be in front of the county commission for consideration, meaning that our vote, whatever it may be tonight, is not the final vote or say on this this proposal moving forward. And so ostensibly, there is still time here for continued conversations and negotiations with community leaders. And I just wanted to ask, I don't know if this is something that, so I can't tell if there's an Atrium representative in the room. So if it's something to be asserted to that person, or if it's something that you can field, Tracy. But do we have a sense of how the community groups that have been active participants in the conversation thus far, and then certainly additional groups moving forward. Do we have a sense of how they will be included moving forward?
So what we had laid out was this community advisory council is the opportunity for some community groups to continue to have a seat at the table in how the district is implemented, the programs that are implemented in the district. And so that would be the mechanism of which the quote seat at the table would remain for the communities.
So I feel like there's certainly still time, and I feel like we can still maximize all of our goals that we've asserted as a council, particularly those goals that lend themselves to upward mobility. And I can't emphasize enough how important registered apprenticeship programs are in our city, well, frankly, nationwide, and what they mean to the individuals that are involved in them. Certainly, we've heard a bunch of that tonight, or testament to that tonight with our speakers. And I do feel like we need to be much more deliberate when we're talking about parking. I was happy to hear that we're looking at parking maximums in our center city plan moving forward. And so from the standpoint of, once again, that ROI, it's very difficult, I think, for me to not be drawn to the proposal that's in front of us tonight. But we do need to be mindful about that impact, and then also be mindful of what we're trying to accomplish when we talk about our encouraging folks towards public transportation and how parking undermines that. So moving forward, certainly I think that, we're going to continue to have those conversations. But thank you again, and my hope is that those conversations and negotiations on this particular proposal continue with community groups, because I feel like there's still time.
All right, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, as a former hospital analyst on Wall Street, I want to emphasize how fortunate we are to have a system like Atrium based here in Charlotte, of national stature, and not many systems have the capacity or the vision to propose something like this. So greatly appreciate that. I think I speak for all of us. My question as to just our process was for Ms. Dodson. How do we arrive at 75 million? Like, why is that the right number? And from our past conversations, I go through this where I say, what was the process? What's the rationale for 75, not 60, not 90? What's the significance of that number?
So we really arrived at that number based on, one, what we thought we could support with the TIG, what we thought a TIG would generate in our kind of standard TIG term limits. And then also looking at it, the project from potentially adding in some CIP. And so that's really, in looking at the absolutely needed infrastructure for phase one, things like the parking, things like the utility, the roads.
Value is there, so I'm not going to debate that, but I a little more detail on how we come down to why it has to be that number. I'm prepared to accept that the parking deck should be viewed as part and try on, but it's still unfortunate given what we're again. Can we avoid and I mean, we could do right? Or I mean, there are probably other ways. The association of our money with the parking loan project, we would not finance a parking deck. That is being created here. In terms of how we design these deals, if we could get away from that Thank you for everything you do. I want to acknowledge Novant, too. We have two big systems.
Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Mayor. Activation on the proposed parking deck.
Around it to kind of encompass the parking deck. The parking deck is pushed off of McDowell Street so that you actually can have other development.
So to use a sustained Charlotte term, this will just be So it's been said that this parking deck is critical to the success of looking for another site. I mean,
I think it goes back to the question that we've gone around on, which is dramatically reduced medical school. It does
district, currently at 5%. Is there any appetite for 36th Street on a 14-acre site?
I think so. The affordable housing sites, especially 2 to 3 times the cost differential than it is to and we've is extremely difficult. So as I mentioned earlier, that 5 and so you could potentially try to put more on site, but the residential period, that was a bigger community benefit. So that is how
there's no appetite for increasing that 5%.
It would be at
so if that was to occur, would you think that would threaten the 14-acre site?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I just have a couple questions for clarification, please. It looks like in our November 1st presentation that the amount that was proposed was $20 million from the city of Charlotte and $40 million from Mecklenburg County.
That is correct. That's essentially how the TIG would break down. Of the $60 million, a third is paid out of newly generated taxes that come to the city, and essentially 2/3 is generated out of newly generated taxes that go to the county.
Mm-hmm. So how much are we authorizing the city manager to negotiate? Was there a change that that you're requesting $60 million from the city in case the county does not?
No, that's not the case at all. It is what we are proposing is a city and county supported tax increment grant that up to $60 million. So it's a jointly supported, and when we do these, we have to go, because we have to go in front of both boards, it gets a little bit confusing, I recognize, but it's one agreement that we end up doing with a city-county interlocal agreement.
So what I don't want is for council to react after the vote and then to say that we didn't get the details that we needed. So I think now's the time to get those details and ask those questions. I understand it's a combined TIG or assistance, but we can only authorize from a city perspective.
So I think we need to be clear on what we're granting the city manager to proceed, on the amount that we're granting the city manager to proceed with.
And I think that's fine to clarify that. The one thing I would say is we also, just in the way that the RCA is written, again, I recognize that it's a little bit confusing, but we can only, in the way the tax increment grant works, we can only reimburse what we got. And so that is really what ensures that we're not paying more than a third of the $60 million, because that's all that would ever come to us.
I just know that I've gotten a comment from the public that it was presented that the city was approving $20 million, and now it seems as if it's $60 million from the city. So the taxpayers want to make sure that we are, being good stewards and asking the right questions. So I'd like to know what the number is, and I don't know if you can give a number or if
it's essentially $20 million. I mean, it is essentially $20 million. It's a third of what we're proposing the total amount of the tax increment grant.
Okay.
That was the question I had asked.
Right. I know you said you weren't sure what we were approving. Secondly, when you talk about oversight, can the hospital appoint council members to the board?
To Atrium's board?
Yeah, I know we're on the board for other organizations that we've supported.
That part I do not know. What we have been focused on, because Atrium is just a tenant in this, is around the governance of the Innovation Campus itself and what is occurring on the Innovation Campus.
Okay. So that would be something to think about when you ask about oversight. That might be something that that could be considered. Also,
I want to make sure that we answer the question, because I think what Ms. Dotson was saying is that the developer is not Atrium. They are a tenant there. And so the oversight for the development of the Innovation District is really just like if you were building Ballantyne. It's not like one place that could make that happen. It's a development. I just want to make sure we're clear. I don't want you to think that we're just saying appoint something to Atrium and Atrium's board could make it happen. Atrium is going to be a tenant to a development, so they're just leasing the space and owning the medical space.
okay. So the TIG is going to Atrium or to the developer?
The TIG is going to the Innovation Campus, which is a partnership. The legal structure would be more to Wexford than to Atrium, but it's all a partnership between Atrium, Wake Forest, and Wexford.
Okay.
And just to the mayor's point, is if you want oversight onto the Innovation Campus, you want it as a part of the Innovation Campus, not as a part of Atrium's board.
And that's where the Community Advisory Board, okay. And then lastly, my question is about the parking. We've heard 3 council members talk about the parking today. This comes up every time. Who designs the TIG policy? Is that a council policy?
Yeah, it's council policy.
So that's a council policy. And for 2 years, we've been hearing complaints about the council policy. So I just want to be clear that, and I think you've said this before, the buck stops with us, right? So we can't hold developers to a higher standard than we're willing to hold ourselves. So if we are concerned, and our public is concerned about parking, then we don't have to keep saying, I wish that wasn't there. So I just, that's something for council, for us to consider. What is our political will and what are we willing to do? But to keep saying this, I know this was said with the university libraries, said tonight, we've heard it before, that it's up to us if we want to change that policy. Unless you tell me, Tracy, that there's a state or legal requirement. I know public benefit is a part of the requirement, but is parking specifically legally required per statute to be included in a TIG policy?
So the reason we have used TIGs in supporting of parking is because the way the TIG, the way that we have to tie the TIG is to things that have public use. And so parking is one of those things. Parking, roads, infrastructure are those things that have the public use. Parks. So that's why it gets tied in there. But I oftentimes try to bring it back up to what is it actually paying for is it's the project as a whole that we're benefiting in, or that we're investing in, I should say.
And Ms. Johnson, can I just add, this policy was reviewed by the Budget and Effectiveness Committee under Councilmember Driggs, but I think your point is that we need to review it often and more frequently because things are changing more rapidly. So we can certainly do that. I think the rules, like now that they've applied, it's like Centene. We helped build that 6,000 parking deck, 6,000 space for parking deck for Centene, but at the same time, we had the requirement through the university for all the trails that you talked about and some of the sidewalks and things. So that balance, I think, but I think the rules are consistent. But Mr. Driggs, you just got an assignment to redo the TIG policy again. So Ms. Johnson was really about the idea of what's changed, what are the trends that are changing. So I think that is a good idea because things are rapidly changing. So I think the question is the council policy could be reviewed.
Okay.
Are we getting the referral now?
The formula?
Are we getting a referral?
I can't, a referral, no, I'll have to write one first.
Okay.
I was just agreeing with Ms. Johnson. Okay. That I think it's a good idea to constantly review as we do these things. So I also believe that when you apply under one policy, you ought to kind of get evaluated on that. But I think the policy changes are valid and really something we ought to do.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Let's see. We now have Mr. Winston.
The two questions that I had were actually about that. Does council have the ability to remove parking deck from our economic incentive policies, our TIG policies? Can we remove that as?
We could potentially take that out of policies. If we look back at recent projects, it could hurt our investment in the projects when we want to support the project, but we don't have anything to actually tie the project to, to tie it to from a legal kind of public piece. But we can review the policy again and make changes.
Could we include things like apprenticeship programs as being a workforce development, community public benefit of our incentive program, our incentive policies?
If you looked at the TIG policy, I think you can bring a lot of different things into it or out of it that you want to. As I mentioned earlier, what we were really trying to do with apprenticeships and things like that is not think about it from project to project, but think about it in the scope of Hire Charlotte, where we're looking at jobs across the entire ecosystem, and so that we're not creating these opportunities that it's just reactionary because we invest in a project, that those kind of things are there, that we're creating something in our ecosystem around jobs that it's there all the time, not just if we have a tax increment grant.
Thank you. Just a couple, I think, questions from the community that I think can and should be answered. It's been asked, why should Atrium or the Innovation District get any type of public dollars support in this? And I think from a matter of fact perspective, there are plenty of businesses that invest in our community that don't look for the public investment. But we don't have the ability in those projects to ensure that there is any type of community benefit. So when we look at, from a city perspective, when we look at why we would invest in public dollars in this, it really is the ability to have some type of say in some type of public benefit, some type of goals that we already have that make it easier to achieve. Atrium probably could build a medical school, whether it be here or anywhere, without public support. But that wouldn't necessarily mean it would benefit the overall public good. As has been stated earlier, many different times, I think City Council has a problem with our economic incentive policies. We spoke on another issue earlier. We don't have an equity policy. So that equity policy doesn't guide our economic incentive policies. And therefore, it's really difficult to hold a partner accountable when, again, as Councilmember Johnson said, we're not holding our own selves accountable. There's nothing in our incentive policies that works towards that equity lens. And while I think we're trying to get there with parts of the project and trying to kind of stretch, I think when we look at it, we have things that do have some community benefit, but don't really meet, the kind of precipice of work of improving the equity situation in our city, either current or looking back to some of the decisions that we've made and displaced people out of the Brooklyn neighborhood or where we're at. And that's something that I struggle with. But I'll tell you with something that has really kind of brought me around. It is the creation of this Community Advisory Council, but it's not just the Community Advisory Council that is created in general. Well, the idea is this is what we've been looking for. This is something I said last week during the rezoning, right? What we want is developers to work with the community, not necessarily work with us to say what is good for the community. And that is difficult because you define who is the community. Any one group with the loudest voice can say that they're the community. That's not always true. So this advisory council allows it as the current status of the development, as the current status of the situation that we're dealing with in Charlotte or in neighborhoods surrounded. As those change, that council can change. But even that wasn't enough. It was really the community that when we made a call out to say, hey, this is going to be disruptive, they said, we hear that, what do we do? And they approached Atrium, and just as I've approached Atrium, just as we all have been approaching Atrium, and not necessarily getting to where we want to be, but feeling that good faith effort is there. I went to the virtual community meeting with the Cherry community after I've heard the Cherry community continue to come to us and speak to say that, hey, there's something good here, there's something different here, and so I'm going to go with the people of the community, the ones that have already.
Yes, Mr. Winston?
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Pettin, and it's actually in relation to another rezoning that's going on right up the street on Clinton and South Tryon, I believe, that they want a TOD zoning that is not being supported by staff. What is the rationale for this, supporting this one and not the other one? And can you just talk about, I don't have that one right in front of me, but how those, are the two different TOD districts and how those two interact or don't interact nicely with one another?
They're two entirely different districts. The one being requested next door is for TOD UC, which is our most intense TOD district. This is for TOD NC, which is probably outside of TR, the least intense TOD district, and the one we typically see is the ones furthest out from the stations and nearby to residential type of development. Biggest difference is mainly height and intensity of those two districts. NC allows up to 75-foot building height max, even through the bonus system, whereas the UC that's being proposed next door could go up to 300 feet. And it's also a difference in distance. Like I said, the UC and CC are within a half mile, and NC and TR are within a mile. So this one falls just outside of that half mile, but within that mile district. So that's why staff felt the NC district was appropriate in this location, and the UC with that intensity up to 300 feet for that other petition. Staff just continues to have some general concerns with that were, that's where our rationale came through for both of those.
So I know one of the rationales was the height kind of step down. And kind of going west, there isn't any type of TOD outside of this petition. So if there was that kind of step down effect, that contiguous map that we intend to create with TOD, does that potentially change the way we're looking at the intensity of the potential intensity of development that is being suggested next door? that makes any sense.
I think we look at it from the station out and, at the fringe of where the neighboring petition is right there on that kind of half mile. And that's where we felt, the transition to a height that was probably capped at 130 versus up to 300 was more appropriate. And then, this petition that comes in right next door with a cap of 75 continues that kind of step down pattern from the station area where it's most intense to, the interstate where it should see some of that transition in height and intensity downward. So, I think this kind of helps complement the transition we were more supportive of with the CC district that we suggested next door. With the petitioner, though, considering the UC district, I think that's where a little bit of the disconnect is for that petition. But in this particular one, for NC, I think staff feels that it's more than appropriate, and it's really probably the most logical district to put down, this location and this distance away from those two stations.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor. Yes, Ms. Watlington?
I just want to point out, in light of the discussion you just had, while I support this particular petition right now, I would be very concerned if we continue to move across 77 into those neighborhoods there that are historically vulnerable to displacement over the past 10 years or so. So I just want to make sure that as we're thinking about how TOD radiates from the stations, we're also considering how that impacts the neighborhood character and economic mobility in our city. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Did I hear someone, Mr. Patton or Mr. Carmichael? Okay.
No, I was just commenting on the Councilor with his comments.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on this petition?
Motion closed.
Second. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 49, petition 2021-123 by Mill Creek Residential Trust for approximately 3 acres located on the east side of South Tryon Street in District 3. The current zoning is transit-oriented development transition. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development neighborhood center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. Following the staff presentation, we'll recognize Keith McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-123, also a conventional TOD petition. Excuse me. Okay. This is a request from TOD-TR to TOD-NC. And the Scaly Bark Station plan does call for a transit-oriented development mixed for this site. This was part of, I believe, the alignment rezoning where the city took it to TR, which is, NC and TR are compatible in terms of distance to the stations, both within a 1 mile walk, to Scaly Bark and New Bern. And so that NC district can be applied to parcels within that 1 mile. NC, like I said, is comparable to TR in the distance, but does get into some better design standards and does eliminate some of those uses like automobile service stations and storage facilities and some of the auto-oriented uses still in that TOD-TR district. So this kind of gives us the ability to step that TOD district up, but still keep it complementary to that distance from the station and also eliminate some of those uses from the TR district that sometimes give us a little bit of concern. So staff does recommend approval, and I think we'll take any questions if the petitioner is still on the line and would to do any presentation.
Mr. McVeigh?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Mill Creek Residential. With me tonight and available to answer questions is Alex Eason and Justin Houston. As Dave has mentioned, the rezoning from TOD-TR to TOD-NC for I'm not sure if that's actually the site, but 3.3 acres on South Tryon Street, consistent with the New Bern Station area plan. We're happy to answer questions.
All right. Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close and a second. Any discussion, further discussion? If not, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now go to item number 50, rezoning petition 2021-124 by Judson Stringfellow for approximately 7.5 acres located on the west side of East W.T. Harris Boulevard, north of Albemarle. It's in District 5. The current zoning is multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is single-family residential. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And so on this one, we have Mr. Stringfellow as well as the staff. So Mr. Pettin, would you begin the presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-124, 7.5 acres on Harris Boulevard, just north of Wallace Avenue, also north of Albemarle Road and south of Hickory Grove Road. Currently zoned for R12 MF conditional, so it'll be multifamily. The proposed zoning is for an R8 single-family residential. This is a conventional petition, so no site plan associated with it. The Eastland Area Plan does recommend multifamily uses up to 12 dwelling units per acre for the site. Again, this is a conventional petition. It's actually a down zoning in density down to the R8 single-family district. Staff does recommend approval. Because it is that lower density, we do find that it's still consistent with those recommendations for up to 12 dwelling units per acre. Again, this is coming in at just R8. So again, it's consistent with the land use that's prescribed and envisioned in the adopted area plan. That's directly adjacent to some of that single family zoning and would allow for a density I think is a little bit more in line with and development that's a little bit more in line with what we see currently out in that area. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following Mr. Stringfellow's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Stringfellow?
Hi, good evening. I really don't have anything to add. Be glad to take any questions.
All right.
Move to close.
I have a, Mr. Winston?
I guess my question would be, for Mr. Jaroba or Mr. Pettin would be, if we're using the new Comp 2040, we're at least putting it up against it, and we've moved to eliminate single-family exclusionary zoning. Why would staff approve a down zoning from multifamily to single-family exclusionary zoning? Or is R8 not?
I'm not sure I understand.
I think the question was, why would you approve a down zoning for this property? Is that correct, Ms.?
Yeah, I mean, unless R8 is not,
That's 8 units per acre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a townhouse? That's townhomes, right?
Yeah, single family, but there's still 8 units per acre.
Yeah, but it doesn't, that's why it just doesn't seem, I'm not understanding why staff would co-sign on that if we're kind of moving away from
Conditional, I don't know what the conditions were, but the 12
Yeah,
units
it's a conventional R8 just for allow for whatever development types would be permitted in the R8 district, whether that's the current R8 district or if it comes in under our district or something similar to that when we have the UDO in place. But, so I think staff looked at it as a potential to get a better consistent development pattern with what's already out there, which is primarily single family to the rear and south of it. There's still some multifamily, I think, zoning and uses on either side of Harris Boulevard to the north. And so staff didn't see a whole lot of concern with going down to a single family ADUA type of project, just because, again, that's what's more the development pattern and consistent with what's out there currently.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Ajmira?
Yeah, just to follow up on that. So wouldn't developer be able to build lesser units even though you can build up to R12? So why, I guess, are the setback requirements different? I'm just trying to understand why would someone go with down zoning when you can already build lesser units in this?
Mr. Stringfellow, do you want to?
I think that's a question for Mr. Stringfellow.
Mr. Stringfellow?
Well,
And it's.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. The current zoning there is an old conditional zoning that includes a bunch of adjacent property that's already been redeveloped, some of which was pre-zoned to R6, I believe it was. So we can't do anything on the property now because the conditional zoning plan that is on it can't be built. We have some adjacent property that's zoned R8, and we're rezoning this to go with that adjacent property. But the R12 conditional zoning that's on it right now cannot be built regardless.
That makes sense.
All right. That answers it. So do I have any other questions? Do I have a motion to close?
Close.
Yeah. All right, we have a motion to close. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Ms. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 51, rezoning petition 2021-126, North Carolina Kenworth, for approximately 5.5 acres located on the south side of East Westinghouse Boulevard. It's in District 3. The current zoning is general industrial conditional, and the proposed zoning is general light industrial conditional. We have Mr. McVeigh representing the petitioner. Mr. Patton, would you begin with your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-126. This is about 5.5 acres. It's on Westinghouse Boulevard, just east of Nations Ford Road and west of Downs Road. It's currently zoned I2. It's an old conditional plan, and their proposed zoning is to drop down to an I1 conditional. We'll get into the explanation on that one here in just a moment. Steel Creek Area Plan does recommend industrial warehouse distribution uses, so it is consistent with that plan. The proposal is for allowing the truck and auto sales and service and repair, as well as other uses permitted in I1. It does prohibit some uses that were continuation and carryover from the previous I2 conditional. That'd be things like demolition, landfills, jails, prisons, land clearing, debris in landfills, petroleum storage facilities, tire recapping. Some of those more noxious uses that are found in I2 are also prohibited in this conditional plan. Access would be from Westinghouse Boulevard. Does maintain there was a previous 75-foot wide Class A undisturbed buffer to the rear of the property. That's been maintained from the previous conditional plan as well. Outdoor storage areas would be located to the rear of the building. This is essentially to allow the continuation of an existing use that has some of those truck and auto sales that they'd like to move forward with on the site. I2 doesn't allow that, so the I1 conditional would allow them to do that while also providing some conditions and assurances on future uses, and again, maintaining that 75-foot undisturbed buffer to those residential properties to the rear. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding technical issues that need to be worked through. Again, it is consistent with the area plan. We'll be happy to take some questions following Mr. McVeigh's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. McVeigh?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen representing Murphy Hoffman, North Carolina Kenworth. Also on the line with us tonight is Alan Cade with the petitioner and Mansour Edlin with Mansour Edlin Consulting. As Dave has mentioned, a request really to rezone from I2 CD to I1 CD to allow the existing Kenworth Auto Service Center to also sell trucks, something that isn't allowed in the I2 district and requires the I1 zoning. We will be addressing the outstanding issues and submitting a revised plan for the zoning committee's consideration. We're happy to answer questions.
All right.
Move to close.
Second. Do we have any questions? All right. Do I have a motion to close? Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right. The next item on our agenda is 52, 2021-130 by DRB Group for approximately 5.5 acres located on Roswell's Ferry Road. The proposed zoning is
urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of an outstanding issue on transportation and technical revisions related to environment and site and building design. We have.
If I could, just a matter of housekeeping, somehow we had two items carried over to this agenda that we already had hearings on. Item number 52, which is this item, and also item number 56 were both heard last week, so that we need to have two hearings, so we can jump to item number 53.
Like it.
Let's do them again. Let's do them again. They were good last time.
Settle down, Ed.
All right, item 53. Petition 2021-131 by West Morehead Ventures for approximately 4/10 of an acre located on the eastern quadrant of the intersection of Harding and Kenilworth. It's in District 1. Current zoning is MUD pedestrian overlay. Proposed zoning is office pedestrian overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And we have Mr. McVeigh representing the petitioner. Mr. Pettin, would you do the presentation for us?
Yes, thank you. 2021-131. That's just about a half acre on Kenilworth and Harding. The requested zone, or excuse me, the current zoning is MUD O. Proposed zoning is for an O2 conventional. Both have that PED overlay on them. The O2 conventional would also carry that forward. The Midtown Morehead Cherry area plan does call for office uses at this site. So this petition would be consistent with that. Again, it is a conventional O2, consistent with the plan. Staff does recommend approval. No outstanding issues or no site plan to work through or discuss. So we'll be happy to take questions following any comments or information shared from the petitioner. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh representing, with Moore Van Allen representing West Morehead Ventures. Shane Siegel also on the line representing West Morehead Ventures. As Dave mentioned, conventional requests really to eliminate an old conditional plan. The property owners are no longer will have a desire to pursue. Request to rezone back to O2 O2 with PED overlay, consistent with the other zoning in the area, and consistent, as Dave mentioned, with the Cherry Midtown area plan. Happy to answer questions.
Motion to close.
Second.
I have a motion to close. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? I'm sorry. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next petition is 54. Petition 2021-132 by EEA Wildwood for approximately 16.5 acres located on the west side of Scaly Bark. The current zoning is multifamily residential conditional, and the proposed zoning increases it from R12 to R17 with the same zoning. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. In this case, we have, let's see. Sorry about that. So we have a, yes, Mr. McVeigh is up again. All right, Mr. Pettin, Mr. McVeigh will follow you.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-132, 16 and a half acres off Scaly Bark Road and Brooklyn Drive. It's just north of East Woodlawn and east of Murray Hill Road. Current zoning is R12 conditional, multifamily. The proposed zoning is for R17 multifamily, also a conditional plan being requested for this rezoning. The Park Woodlawn area plan does recommend residential at 12 units per acre. This petition is proposing to build one additional building within the community that's already established there. That would add an additional 16 units to the site, which would bring the total up to 264. That gives us a density of, I think, just about, right about 15.9, so right about 16 dwelling units to the acre. The petition also proposes installation of ADA compliant ramps at the intersection of Scaly Bark Road and Broadmoor Drive. Also at the site's main access intersection on the Scaly Bark. It also modifies the concrete island that's out there on Scaly Bark. That would create a pedestrian refuge island for folks that need to cross. They would also dedicate 30 feet of right-of-way measured from center line along the site's frontage of Scaly Bark Road, and also all sidewalks and crosswalk network with the buildings on the site to that existing infrastructure. Staff does recommend approval. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation, as mentioned, that need to be worked through. Apologize for that not being on the slide. It is inconsistent with that recommendation for 12 dwelling units per acre, but just adding that one building with 16 units, staff feel that that was a reasonable request, and that density just comes in at about 15.9 versus 12. And so we felt, again, that was a reasonable add and bit of infill on this project, along with some of the transportation and pedestrian improvements that are being proposed. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following. Thank you.
Mr. McBain?
Thank you again, Mayor, and again, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, representing EEA Wildwood. On the line with us tonight is Mr. Jamil Nablusi. I'll probably butchered his last name, but I apologize, Jamil. He's available to answer questions. As Dave mentioned, a rezoning SPA for the Wildwood Apartments existing on Scaly Bark Road, rezoned back in 1979 to R12 MFCB, developed with 248 units. This petition would allow the addition of an additional 16 units in one or two buildings in the center of the site, would replace some existing tennis courts with a new building. There would be some additional green space and recreational amenities added as part of the new building. It does not displace existing buildings. It does increase the density slightly from 14.95 units to the acre, just to roughly over 15, as Dave mentioned, just under 16. We have submitted a revised plan addressing the remaining issues. We're happy to answer questions.
Motion to close.
Second.
I have a motion to close. Any further discussion? All right. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yep.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item number 57.
55.
No, 55, you told me you did.
56 we did.
Yeah, we have 55 still. We could skip 56. And so that would give us 55 and 57 are all we have left.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've done 56.
Okay, so we've done 56. So now we're going to 55. Is that correct, Dave?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, sorry.
No problem.
55. Approximately 1.4 acres located on the southwest side of Statesville Road and Motorsports Lane. It's in District 2. The current zoning is general business. Proposed zoning is light industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And we do have Greg Finnegan, who is available, as well as to follow up if there are any questions for the petitioner. Mr. Pettin.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-134, it's currently zoned B2. It's on Statesville Road and Motorsports Lane. The proposed zoning is for an I-1 conventional. The adopted future land use is from the Northeast District Plan that calls for industrial uses for this site and generally this area on the west side of Statesville Road. As you can see, a lot of that in that light brown and dark brown color there. So this petition would be consistent with that request. And this is a conventional petition, so there's no site plan or outstanding issues to work through. Staff does recommend approval. And I believe we do have the petitioner with us. Please, if we've got any other information you'd like to share, feel free, and we'll take any questions following that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Finnegan? Mr. Finnegan, are you available? Is he on, Renata? He is not on. Motion to close.
Yeah, I think he was, it maybe was in person, but he may have decided to cut out.
Motion to close.
Have we checked the owls for him?
He may be asleep.
All right, so we have a motion to close. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
And now we are on our last rezoning petition, Item number 57. Approximately 2.8 acres located on the interchange of Interstate 77 and 85. It's in District 1. The current zoning is light industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is light industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And Mr. Brown, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to go with Mr. Pettin and then Mr. Brown. You can have some time to follow up and ask questions as well. All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last petition this evening, 2021-095. It's 2.8 acres. It's along the southeast interchange of I-77 and I-85, just west of Statesville Avenue. Currently zoned I-1 conditional. This is proposed zoning just to go to an I-1 conventional. You can see the adopted future land use from the Central District Plan continues to call for industrial uses for this site, along with some greenway uses for the site. So this petition would be consistent with that land use recommendation. Again, this is a conventional request for an I-1, so again, it's consistent with the Central District Plan. Staff does recommend approval. We do not have any outstanding issues, again, as there's no plan with this one. And so we'll be happy to take any questions following any additional information from Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Mayor, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Pretty straightforward petition. I think Dave has covered it. I would mention that the property owner is Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. They intend to continue ownership of the property. It's a conventional, so I don't have details to share, but happy to answer questions or follow up outside this hearing if you would like more information.
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close. Mr. Drigg, may I have a motion to close as well as to adjourn, Mr. Attorney?
Sure.
It wasn't that your motion, Mr. Eggleston?
Sure.
All right. All right. Mr. Driggs?
Yes to both.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem? Yep. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
I'm so glad we just went ahead and knocked it out.
I do
Yep.
too.
I did not.
Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate that. Have a
Thank
good
you, everyone.
Thanksgiving.
This meeting's adjourned.
Good job, Sid. You know, like it's supposed to be.
Did you get anything else done? Because we said midnight.